Lodging on the blind side.
Who are the hogs for the homeless, he says. Who the hell is rooting King? Man, we can't help.
No, we can't help.
Roy and HG.
Listen to the show, and eventually all of this will be revealed.
Roy and HG on ABC Listen.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Boy, we're going to have some fun.
The AFL in 2026 on ABC Sport.
When the siren sounds, here we go. Listen to the roar. It is showtime.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Right to the goal line. Big one! Jamie Elliott, the man who gravity forgot.
That's why we love AFL football.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
From 45 and rides it all the way home.
An ambitious effort. Unbelievable.
The left foot is a goal. Oh, yeah.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Throws it, kicks on goal. The prancing pony.
What a goal.
He's off and running. The 45 to get the party started.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
It's bouncing, it's through. Bailey Smith, he'll want the cameras on him right now.
Not camera action, baby. Countdown contact.
Spins around and buries it.
Loads up from 55. That's a monster bomb.
40 metres out, snaps towards goal. What a beautiful finish.
Bacon goal square, goes for glory.
He eyes the goals and sends it home.
100% pure footy. Every minute of every match, all season long.
Gathers, snaps, goal.
It's just football at its best.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Kick on goal, dribbles it through. What about that? Took them all on and said, I'll have some of this.
Bailey pinches his pocket and bang, bang, bang. That's the price you pay against the Premier.
Watson snaps. Oh, Watson puts it through. And the Wizard arrives precisely on time. He's built for the big stage. On his left boot, his kick is good.
Inside 50, off the step, turns and goes bang. And snap. And goal. There's some bravery through the middle of the ground.
How good is that? What a goal! He wastes no time. He whacks it through for another. It doesn't have to be your night, but it can be your moment. Hands it to Charlie Cameron. He can walk it in. Show him your tail lights, Charlie.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2026 AFL Premiership season.
Runs the 50 out. What a way to finish.
Take a seat because it don't get better than this.
On radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and ABC Listen.
You take a seat because it don't get better than this.
Essendon left a storm of speculation and controversy in Melbourne after sacking their coach Brad Scott on Tuesday. And they've flown into a genuine storm, a once-in-a-5-year storm here in the West. As the West Coast Eagles take on the Bombers at Perth Stadium, the weather is expected to be inclement. We've had no end of rain over the last 9 hours or so, and wind gusts in excess of 125 kilometres per hour just off the coast. Right now, this would be, as they say, the calm before the storm. Plenty of clouds and grey skies above us, but no rain, and the breeze has been okay over the last 15 minutes or so. What about the Bombers? And a man in charge who's been here before, Dean Solomon, has taken over from Brad Scott as all the speculation swirls about who will get the job for next season. Could it be James Hird or someone else? Well, Dean Solomon knows what this role is like. He's been an interim coach before, taking over at the Suns when Rodney Eade left the Gold Coast side with 3 rounds to go in the 2017 season. Solomon lost the 3 remaining games of that year. Can he turn that figure around today? In the last 12 months, he's come off the Essendon board, joined the assistant coaching ranks, and has now been elevated back into the hot seat. He called this a fork in the road moment for his footy club at his press conference during the week. Will that be the case? Up against the West Coast side who are wearing a WA Day jersey. They did it last year as well. Tomorrow, the WA Day public holiday. The Eagles wearing black and gold, the state colours, rather than their usual blue and gold today. Clint Wilden with you in commentary alongside me, Mitch Turner. Welcome, Mitch.
Great to be here, Clinton. Great to be up in the commentary box today because you've already mentioned it has been wet and wild weather. The last time we had weather like this, I sat in this very commentary box. I got home during the BBL opener here at Perth Stadium to a flooded house. So I'm hoping we get through the game. We have a good game of football and I get home to a house that is not filled with water. But you mentioned Essendon struggles. These two teams combined, there's been a lot of talk about Essendon winning one of their past 24 games. Combined, they've won 4 of their last 48. Probably not the two sides that need inclement weather coming into today with how they've been going. But looking forward to hopefully at least a tight contest and something from Essendon, how they respond after the week they've had. We'll have to wait and see. But there is a bit of intrigue around a game that normally we wouldn't give two hoots about, really, I'd say.
Yep, I think that's a fair reflection as the Bombers make their way out onto Perth Stadium for the warm-up. The lights are on. I'm just watching an aeroplane just disappear amongst the grey skies above us. Bombers have lost their past 6. The Eagles lost last week to Collingwood, but put on a very inspired performance with all the focus for the Scott Pendlebury game, 4-33. I'm fascinated to see what transpires. The new coach bounce. We've seen what's happened with Carlton, Josh Fraser taking over, and they've won 3 games in a row. Could Dean Solomon do the same thing for the Bombers this afternoon? And for the Eagles as well, one of those rare moments in the last 5 years or so where they go into a game as favourites. Last time that happened, they put in one of their worst performances of recent seasons, and that's saying something. Losing to Richmond a couple of weeks ago, and it was a Richmond side ravaged by injuries. So too are Essendon, 16 or so unavailable players for today, and they've had to make 5 changes for this game as well. For West Coast, no change to the side that went down to the Magpies last weekend. But going out of this Bombers team as if they already didn't have enough unavailable talent. No McGrath with the jaw, Doran with concussion, Guelphy with a hamstring, Redmond with a knee, Caldwell with an ankle. And they have to bring in Setterfield, El Hooley, Sardis for the first game since Anzac Day, Cox and Max Congiananis. So there's a few changes made for those in the red and the black. Joined by people who know what it's all about, the big games and these tough moments at times as well. Dual Eagles Premiership player Chris Waterman is with us, alongside him Brownlow medalist in Shane Woden. What are we expecting today, gents? I'm not quite sure what might happen. The Bombers roll into town. They've lost their past 6. As Mitch said, their record has been really disappointing. They've had 1 win in over a year. Can they bounce back today? Can they surprise the Eagles, who many would be predicting, and if they showed recent form, should be able to get 4 points this afternoon?
Well, to answer that, Clint, I have no idea, because last time we came here and they were expected to beat an undermanned team, which, as you just mentioned, was Richmond, and they just couldn't get it done. Now, when you get a new coach and make 5 changes, and I reckon they're pretty good ones, young Sardis is looking like a good player, and the weather being what it is, I'm not sure. It looks okay in here, but I'm not sure what it's like from out in the middle. I just don't know what to expect today. All I can tell you is that Essendon are going to be up for longer than they normally are. It's whether West Coast can hold their form, which has been pretty good. They blew one last week. I reckon they should have beaten the Pies. They had them on the back foot for a long length of that game and just couldn't hit the big sticks. But, yeah, anything's possible today, really. They're going to get that jump. They always do. And if Essendon walk away losing today, well, they've lost nothing, really. That's about where they're at. And for West Coast, remarkably, it put them a game and a half out of wildcard position, which Carlton are now in. Yeah. Well, can you believe that?
Strange, yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing what a couple of wins can do, Wowie.
Certainly can. All history tells you in these circumstances with bouncing coach that cards might fall Essendon's way. But with form and the injuries they have at the moment, and I think where West Coast trajectory is right now in the last month or so, they're playing some decent footy and getting some small wins. They should be good enough today to get this result. I think this weather also helps Essendon, because I don't think their defensive profile is good enough at AFL level to stand up to any team at the moment. when you're consistently having 150 marks against you, you're no chance in any game of footy. So it's a bit more of a territory day and, take contest and see how you go. So it'd be interesting to see if they can compete for long enough.
They've conceded 100-plus points on 7 occasions this year, the Bombers, which is just a true indication of how they leak goals. So that's a really interesting point that you make. I'm always fascinated about when the domino effect of a change. So Brad Scott leaves as the senior coach, and then they have to shuffle everything around because Ben Jacobs as an assistant coach has also left. So Michael Hurley comes in to take over as defensive coach, and then Brett Stanton will now take over as the midfield and stoppages coach. You've both been assistant coaches at AFL level. Is that something that you can just do in a week when you have to shuffle those responsibilities around? Is it as simple as that, bringing someone up, your next person in, you're now in charge of this role?
It's a bit more than just coaching the line.
Yeah.
That's the relationships you're building or built.
So where have they come from, those two? Have they been at the club in the VFL? I'm not sure.
Yeah, Michael Hurley's been at the VFL. Brent Stanton was in other roles.
Well, they've been at the club, so there shouldn't be a major step up if they're training with the senior squad all the time. I wouldn't have thought.
No.
But it is still a big step.
Absolutely it is.
Yeah.
Yep. And
from someone outside.
Piece as well, too.
2 days' notice.
Yeah.
Fly to Perth, long flight, so it's a bit of extra travel.
You lose a training session when you come to the West.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I've included them in my outs for the team. So I've got McGrath, Redmond, Durham, Caldwell, Guelphy, Scott, Jacobs, Robbins as my outs, and I was going to have into the squad potentially James Hird, but just the extended squad at this stage. He's not in the side just yet.
That's very cheeky.
But in saying that, elite professional players at AFL level, they should be doing. You study your own opposition too. So as a midfield group, you should be going to town and with your homework on what the opposition do. Strengths and weakness, what they do around centre bounce, find the trends, find their wedges and where they want to hit to all the time. So it's on the player as well to be able to be good in the area and build that connection piece as well.
And there are a couple of players who we know can bring big numbers and can use the football. So when they're in the situation that they are right now, the Bombers, bottom of the ladder, massive injury concerns, the turmoil with the change of coach, the likes of Merritt, Parrish, for example, how much is expected of them for Essendon today?
Well, a lot's been expected of them for a lot of years and they haven't been able to deliver. If there's anything I've got against Essendon is I think at some point you have to look at the leadership amongst the playing group. They've been letting down more than one coach. They've been letting multiple coaches down. So they've got to keep pushing with this young group they've got coming through and expect that that's going to give them some losses in the near future and probably next year with the new coach. But they went to the draft and they'll go to the draft again this year and all of a sudden there'll be 10 or 12 good ones. Well, I mean, they've just got to batten down the hatches and then go to the trade situation with Tassie coming in and just fill a couple of holes, but let Caddy and the boys just grow. And the other ones that really want to buy into it, McGrath's got a bit of footy left in him. Not sure about Parrish, Langford and these guys, but if they've got
Richmond,
Perkins and Cox and Reid are all still there. No, they're all top teners, but this is the thing about the draft. It's people value on the position that you got picked in the draft, which is not the player's fault.
No.
They didn't ask to be picked at pick 8, 9 and 10. So maybe they weren't and haven't been seen to be top teners at this point in time, but they're still pretty handy players and they're 3 or 4 years down the track. So there is a nucleus there for a new coach to work with.
And they grow with what's around them as well.
Yeah.
The senior players and the leadership and who's helped driving the standards and developing these young boys as well.
They look pretty good when they drafted some of those players in 2020. It didn't look like the worst option. And over here in the West, because it was the COVID year, the following season after that draft, they spent a lot of time here, Essendon, so got to watch them train a lot and watch them play a couple of games. And Cox and Perkins and these players, they looked really good and they've just struggled to get Cox on the park with all different injuries. So maybe now they get a bit of games into these guys.
He's probably the one that may
make a difference.
The male that I've got is he probably should consider not playing. He's had quite a few head knocks.
Had a long time off. Yeah.
But what I'll be interested in today is given Harry Mackay's, we've talked about Carlton, Harry Mackay's success in the ruck. What do you do with Ben Mackay? Well, I'd like to see him follow his brother's footsteps.
Talk about that in a little bit more depth in just a moment. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport, around the nation on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on ABC Listen. If you'd like to get in touch, 0437 774 774. Delighted to be joined in the ABC Sport broadcast box with Eagles dual premiership player and CEO. We've now doubled the number of Eagles premierships in the box. Eagles CEO Don Pike. Welcome, Don.
Good afternoon, Clint. Yeah, good to be back in the ABC box.
Always good to have you here. Big day for the club for two reasons. One of them a sombre one and one of them a celebration. Let's start with the celebration. The WA Day jumper. Love the colours of the black and gold on WA Day. How much has the club embraced it after the success of last season?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, it was something we asked for from the AFL. We sort of looking for that marquee time slot and game, and last year we had Geelong at the same time on Sunday night ahead of a Monday holiday day. So, and then we've just really branded it as out of respect for WA, so the jumper sort of reflects that, and the guys have got right behind it, and looking forward to another big night. It might be a challenge from a crowd viewpoint, but hopefully people are grabbing their jackets and their coats and getting along to Optus, because we'll see a good game of footy tonight.
This would be one of the more controversial things said in WA football, particularly when there's a Sharks football manager in the box as well. But would you consider next year having the game on the public holiday Monday, or does it take away too much from the two big derbies that are played in WAFL?
Yeah, and look, we're out of probably respect for WA footy. Those 2 days that day is a big day for WA footy, and also from a broadcasting viewpoint, the slot on a Sunday night into Melbourne works well. Whereas I think if we played tomorrow, everyone over East is back at work, and it probably doesn't land, and we don't get the broadcast. So I think the time slot's right. Gives everyone sort of what they want, and it gives us an opportunity to, as I say, have a marquee game.
Neil Danaher has had so many tributes across the last couple of days, and rightly so, for the impact that he's had, not just on the football community, but on the community in general with the Fight MND. But the two football clubs, there's four that he was linked with, was a best and fairest winner at the Bombers, was their youngest ever club captain, and then, of course, after spending that time with Essendon, came across at the end of his football in time, the General Manager of Football Operations at the West Coast Eagles. Can you give us your recollections and your reflections of Neil Danaher?
Yeah, look, I'm a great man and has done so much, not only for the game, but as you said, for Australia. The selflessness of Neil to put a focus on trying to find a cure for MND when he's got that battle. And I know from personal experience, my father passed away from MND about 3 years before Neil was diagnosed. And so when I was at West Coast and Neil came on board, probably in the first 6 months of my time back at the club, he'd been diagnosed. So, and he's just did an incredible job over 13 years. The money was raised, but the awareness and focus he's put on that from an illness viewpoint has been significant. And for those who have met Neil, one of the great guys in footy. Doesn't take himself too seriously. I had the pleasure of catching up with him about 3 weeks ago in Melbourne before he passed, and he still had that sort of sense of humour. He's doing it through eye contact of his iPad and communicating, but still very funny man to the end. So we'll miss him. He's a wonderful ambassador for the game, and but did a lot, and it's a sad time.
What was his influence on the football club itself in his time when he was the GM?
Yeah, so he came in really aimed on helping John sort of build that next sort of premiership group, and brought a real strong, from an assistant coaching viewpoint, real strong drive across the improvement as coaches and how we were going about coaching. Obviously had that background from Melbourne, as well as just the values piece. Yeah. I mean, Dennis was, you'd know from your time, it's just very clearly there's the right way to do things, the wrong way to do things, and there's just doing the right thing at the right time.
How have you seen the season to date so far after 8 or 9 weeks, and the progress they've made since 25, and influx of the new players coming in, but also the progression of what the list has made so far? Yeah, it's been probably 3 brackets. I think that the first 4 weeks was, we sort of started the season and obviously grabbed a couple of early wins, and then the middle 4 weeks were probably a bit more, we dropped back a little bit, and then the last 4 I feel like we've started to see the making of the style that Andrew wants to play and the players' engagement in that, and it's not all about the scoreboard. It's about the things you can see on ground. You can actually see the energy, you can see the pressure, you can see how they're playing. And certainly a couple of weeks back against GWS, and even last week against Collingwood for a long time, I felt like
we're seeing some of these young guys really starting to learn their craft and then being able to apply it under the pressure of game day, which is huge, because some of them are, you've got to remind yourself at times, they're 10-game players, they're 8-game players. So I guess we're seeing progress. Tonight's a good opportunity to win a game of footy against an opponent that's come in, wounded, but obviously a big week for their club, so you expect their best, and but we've got to go out and win the game.
What about the mid-season draft, Pikey? It's come and gone. A lot of speculation about going for a couple of tools, but 2 weeks ago, Bailey Williams transformed his game, has given you a lot of hope, and young Rhett Bazzo's come in and really steeled up the back half. So all of a sudden, has that changed your mind, or did they always have the ambition of getting a couple more mid-sizes that could play half back, half forward wing, which looks like you got?
Yeah, look, the guys we've got, and both Franco and Herbert, both sort of fit the bill. Midfielder, Franco, and Herbert's probably more back mid. The logic was take the best player available. We liked the tall defender, which Richmond took at 1, so he was off the table for us. So we didn't necessarily just go, we're going to find a player and hope he's going to be good. I was like, let's find guys we think can be good enough to play at the level. And in Herbert and Franco, and I watched them play today, and both of them acquitted themselves really well. So it's early days for them, but the signs were positive.
Nathan Broad, West Australian, has openly said that he would like to return, or he will be returning to WA, and he would be open to maybe a year as a player and a couple of years as a coach. Is that something that West Coast would be interested in exploring?
Oh, look, we'd consider it. It's probably where would Nathan sit across the team, and what would his role be? You can never have enough good players, and he's clearly been a good player for a long period of time and a really solid and consistent performer. He played State of Origin earlier in the year, so he's outwardly said he's interested in coming back. We'll take it. I'm sure it'll be discussed at list management, Clint, at some point. If you got a vote, what would you be saying?
I'd be saying yes at every opportunity, just to try and add a little bit more down back.
Well, he adds, he adds experience. He adds, and remember our list is young. We brought in some experience in the last couple of years. Some are mid-20 experience, some are a little bit older than that, but someone like Nathan obviously be at the other end of that. But we'll weigh that up, and if he's he can fit the need we'll have a look at him.
Well, everyone's available in the league, really, aren't they, Pikey? So there's a cost of everything, and what you've got to give up. You don't have to give up more than what you need to.
Yeah, and that's the balance of list management.
Yeah.
It's interesting. People sort of go and get this guy, go that guy, but the reality is you start going and getting players. You give up 2 first-round picks, for this year and the next year, and all of a sudden you've got a void. So, we've got our first-round pick this year pretty much as quarantine going. We don't want to give that away for any players. We want to make sure we use that to keep adding to the talent we brought in the last 3 years.
With respect to the Tigers, I'm not sure Nathan Broad's a real issue with giving away first-round picks. But getting back to your point about that, really impressed by the way the club has gone there, the drafting strategy. How is it a challenge at times to maintain the rage? We're going back, we're going to get the best young players we possibly can, or is that a discussion at times to potentially look to see if you can bring in some more experience? I mean, how do those discussions play out at a club like West Coast?
Yeah, so the discussion is more based on how do we project forward and what do you need, not in terms of positional, but quality, if you like. And we know that the top-end talent exists at the front of the draft, so if you trade away those draft picks, you sort of don't get access to it. You're going to get some wins, through the rookie draft or through, late picks, but the reality is most of the best players are sitting in the top 10. So those picks, you've got to be really clear what you want to do with that. And then the strategy is overall, so it's not a strategy for this draft. It's a strategy for the next 2 or 3 years in terms of the list build. And retention becomes really important in that as well, because it's all very well to say I'm building a list, but you've got to keep the guys on board. So and that's we're in the throes now of doing that with some of our players, which is progressing well.
One of my favourite lines that comes out at the end of every season is clubs have a war chest.
Oh yeah,
they've got money to go around. Do West Coast have a war chest? Do you have money spare to potentially throw at someone who might be interested in coming across?
Well, we've got some space in our cap, yes, Clint, to do some things, which
it's not as exciting as a war chest.
But you would expect. Well, you can put whatever you want.
Everyone's got a war chest. They've all got the exact same amount of money to spend.
Yeah, some are spending more than others at certain times. Though.
So they say.
And you've got, depending where you're at from your list, you've got, I'm sure Brisbane are facing different challenges, and they've got a multitude of premiership players who are playing really good footy for them. Well, you've got to fit them all in the same number, as you said, Mudd. It's not as simple as everyone gets paid more and you keep paying. So it's manageable for us at the moment. Yeah, we certainly, as I said, part of your list strategy is not just purely based around the talent. It's based around where you want to spread and spend your money, and who you get in to spend that money on.
Did you stop by Laugh Lane today and have a look at the Waffle Eagles?
I did, yep.
Was it very nice to watch one Brandon Starcevich running around out there?
It's good to see Brandon get through. I'm sure he got through a full game. I left just for the end, but he was still going when I finished. And I was talking to him during the week. I think he felt like, he needed another run. As much as the temptation was there to bring a player of his ilk into the team, I think talking to Andrew and to Brandon himself was like, that's his first hit out last week, and this week he played more minutes this week. So I suspect that he recovers well. It'll put him in the mix for the following week, and quickly get him back into the team. It'll be great.
And what did you make of Marcus Herbert and Ollie Franco? You saw them today. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, some really good signs. And when you sort of know what you're drafting, when you bring a guy like Herbert in, who's obviously played VFL for a long period, and you've seen his vision, and our guys have watched him, they sort of know what he's capable of. But you could see he did some really nice things today. And Franco's just he's a real bull as an inside mid, and he'll get more settled as you've got to remember these blokes. It's been a pretty big week for them.
Yeah.
They were sitting at home on Tuesday, and all of a sudden Thursday they're here. Friday they train, and they're out and playing the game. So
that's what's so impressive.
It's
did
great.
Very well.
Yeah, and they're both high in talent. We're both really excited. We're excited to have both of them at the club.
Don Pike, Eagles CEO. Just before we let you go, how important is what we're seeing for West Coast and Fremantle over the next 4 weeks? You don't have to get on a plane.
Those days are gone.
You don't have to get on a plane and fly to the other side of the nation, which I would imagine is exactly what you've been wanting for some time. You've had it for 1 year with the North Melbourne deal. You get it this year and next year. Yeah. How key do you think that will be over the coming years?
It's significant for our guys just about to settle. I know you talk to Melbourne-based clubs and they might stay at home for 8 or 9 weeks, and for us to have 4 is significant. So, and it comes at a time, and obviously the games we've got in those 4, you classify them as winnable games, and so for us, a great opportunity. For where we've at, we've shown some improvement, and leaning into that for the next 4 weeks, it's going to be exciting to see where the group goes.
So 13 games at home, or I say at home, in WA.
Yep.
Is that the step towards a more equitable competition that the club's really needed to think you can be more competitive?
Are you saying specifically around the number of home games?
Yeah, well, not so much home, but non-travel games when you compare them to what the Victorian.
I think the conversation's ongoing within the AFL, and certainly from ourselves and Simon at Fremantle, is what is the fixture going to look like when Tasmania come into the comp? You're going to have, then you'll get to 19 teams. How many games do you play? And there's always this, weirdness in the fixturing around who you play twice and the double-up games, and how does that work out? Do you play them at home and away? So I think it'll be a different fixturing going forward once Tasmania come in, and there's conversations ongoing about what should the structure of the fixture look like to make it not only from a travel viewpoint as equitable as possible, but also from just a pure competition viewpoint.
Last one, which is just a bit of fun. I've noticed you've got the scarf on, and these games used to be the traditional wave the scarf around the head. Is that something we're going to see as an activation again today? Because it was pretty successful last year with the
I think we'll see, yes, my understanding is the scarf plan is out there. So if you've got your scarf and you head to the stadium, get ready to give it a swing around. Hopefully every time we kick a goal, we swing it around and we see it a bit tonight.
No one's taking the jacket off today, I can tell you that much.
That's right.
Far too cold.
There'll be a lot of scarves blowing in the wind anyway this afternoon.
No, it's a great tradition. It was good to see it back over the last couple of years. Don, thanks for coming in.
Thanks, guys. Have a good call.
Good on you. Don Pike, CEO of the West Coast Eagles. Great of him to join us here in the ABC Sport Commentary Box. If you want to send us a text, 0437 774 774. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. We will take you downstairs too for the Neil Danaher tribute that will take place out on the ground. The skies are currently blue, believe it or not. And we do understand the weather will continue to roll in over the next couple of hours or so. So that's probably why I would suspect neither team has got a banner up today. I think that's quite sensible from
smart move.
Everybody involved. It's not a day for the banners. And I did notice on the roof on the southern side of the ground where the flags normally are, they've taken the flags down as well, because we were expecting, well, as I said, there have been breezes offshore of over 125 kilometres an hour. We're expecting them around the 100 kilometre an hour mark. And I was actually driving to get some lunch today down through East Perth, about 30, 40 metres down the road when the breeze was going. Massive branch fell out of the tree, landed in the middle of the road.
Yeah, swells this morning were horrific. Very rough seas. Wasn't
going
out
out there,
today.
were we?
Not today. Generally every other day. Not today.
It's a day not to be anywhere near the water unless you absolutely need to be. We were chatting about Ben Mackay before Don joined us. Massive effort today required from him for the Bombers.
I just don't see why you wouldn't throw him in the ruck. You don't want to be putting Nate Caddy in there. They just need to do things a little bit different. I know Kyle Langford used to do a bit of ruck work, but Blakiston, just you know Blakers pretty well. He's Sharana boy. Another one you lost.
Yeah.
Along with Milan recently. But yeah, just need. I think you'll see a couple of different things, and that's the uncertainty with what Andrew McCall will be facing. Not only five changes. What's this bloke going to do differently?
Yeah, Magnus could be flipped a little bit.
So you just hope. I mean, you look at Carlton. Ison's come in. Mackay's gone to the ruck. I mean, they're not wholesale changes, but just been a couple of tweaks. That's all it is. I mean, everyone's, on all the players the same. Vossi done a lot of hard work. Just couldn't quite get that final piece in the puzzle for Vossi, unfortunately. But it hasn't been wholesale changes there. It's just been a minor change. So it'd be interesting to see what Essendon do.
Yeah, and a few more minutes for Jagger Smith for Carlton in the middle. Like just changes to the balance of the numbers. So you never know. What can Dean Solomon get out of them? The other one, pretty feisty competitor. So.
The other one that worked the other night has been Crippen playing forward a bit, and it worked very well in the last minute. Yeah,
Rucky in the last quarter again.
He's still 6'5".
Yeah, big man.
He's huge, and it's just an extra midfielder around the ball, isn't it? Rucky around the ground. You're like, well, the ball hits the deck, and all of a sudden it's a big loping ruckman up against a two-time Brownlow medalist, who's the best clearance player in the game.
But he's 6'5". Why wouldn't you just rest him in the forward line?
They went forward and kicked the goal.
But if you've got two tools up there and your third has got to play on a 6'5".
Turning our attention back to this game, Bailey Williams, you touched on him before. Last couple of weeks picked up 7 coaches' votes and 8 coaches' votes in the last fortnight, respectively. He has always battled and given it a red-hot crack, but he's gone from being someone who's just going to throw his body about to having soft hands. He's been terrific around the ground. His ability to win ball, both as a ruck and as a player, has been exceptional. Why has he been able to put it all together, do you think, in the last couple of weeks?
I think a game here only a few weeks ago was the foundation, the start of what the potential is there just to be able to unravel him. It was extraordinary what he's able to do. But I just think him just be able to stay consistent in the game and be able to, his output, because I just don't think he's been able to be competitive for 120 minutes. Be able to see out a quarter and get through there. But I think with maturity and time, he's been able to do that. And the new rule was certainly helped him from a centre bounce point of view, and it's given them a different look at centre bounce. And because we know when he can go forward too, he can take a catch. So, his presence around the ground's been a lot better.
Do you think that's been the key, the change to the ruck rules?
I've got no idea. He's just transformed into a completely different person and a player. So I'm not sure how many games he's played, but I know all the blokes that I've played with and played against, whatever, it's normally the 50-plus games and takes some a bit longer, where it's just now just some game you're in or whatever, and the penny just drops and go, oh, that's what he was. All those people that were telling you, and it just comes sometimes in a rush, and you start thinking, instead of just going out and relying on talent and getting the kick and I can do this and I can do that, you start using your head a bit more. And all of a sudden it's been good, become a different player. And he's, as I said to Don, that they were potentially looking for a ruck and a key back, but not anymore.
Been an incredibly impressive performance. Since round 5 when he returned, top 5 in rucks in the comp for clearances, averaging over 5.5 per game, and contested possessions, averaging just over 11 of those per game. And in Collingwood last week, he became the 3rd player to record 25 or more hit-outs, 12 or more clearances and 3 or more contested marks in a game, joining the Big O, Oscar McInerney, and North Melbourne's Tristan Sherry in picking up those sort of stats for him today, by the way. Game 96 for Bailey J. Williams, taken at pick 35 in the 2018 draft. Now, 26 years of age, so he's coming into that sweet spot of age when you talk about what rucks are required and what they need to do at this level of competition. He's got the body for it. He now seems to have been able to develop the craft around it too.
Now it's about consistency. Week in, week out, giving his mids first use and having the intensity for longer periods of the game, which I think he's struggled with. over the journey, and we're starting to now see some real fruits and some real green shoots come through.
We'll get your thoughts on who plays on who and the big preview in just a moment. Before we do, though, Shane, I just wanted to ask you, and we will take the Neil Danaher tribute downstairs, but as someone who played underneath Neil Danaher, won a Brownlow medal playing at Melbourne underneath Neil Danaher, how did the news hit you this week, your reflections on Neil Danaher, as not just in football but with everything else that he's done in the community?
Yeah, we got a message through our ODD group, our little connection with past players, which is there's Melbourne past players group, but then we got another one, My Era, effectively, and Neil's part of that too. And David Neitz and Paul Hopgood had sent us the message that they just received from Jan, his wife, that this has happened. And upon reflection, it was just a sad moment right then and there that we've lost one of the greats. The impact he's had, not only me as a footballer, but our club that we are at Melbourne, but AFL world, the community landscape, but also Australia or nationwide. Incredible human, and I think everyone's messages on reflection and what they've, what's been their lasting moment with Neil is just about it was never about him. It's always about someone else. So that's the selflessness of him, which was ringing so true with us as a football club and as a playing group. So got the best out of players, was an unbelievable coach, harsh and really hard man, particularly early stages. He learned to build that relationship. We certainly copped the wrath on a few times, but yeah, incredible human.
What's your standout memory as the Eagles make their way, panellists, as we mentioned before, out onto the ground wearing their WA Day jumper, the black and the gold, the Eagles in, the Bombers in their away strip, predominantly red with the black sash, both teams warming up on the ground. But taking your recollections back to your Brownlow medal year in 2000, is there a memory or a moment that stands out for you from then, from Neil Danaher?
The moment for me was round 3 against Sydney, where he just came in at half-time and said, mate, you're going in the middle. Because I've been playing everywhere outside the square for a little bit, and then said, half-time, that's where you're going. And then left me there for the entire year. So, just the faith he had in you, the ability to bring something out of you, the confidence he gave you to be the player you want to be. Was the start of something pretty special at Melbourne. He was an incredible coach. Like, I reckon before his time, when he came in 98, took a wooden spoon team to a prelim final with an agent with Gary and Todd and Stinger and Jimmy still around. It was a big year. It was a year we probably thought we could have won it, and we didn't. But yeah, it was a bloody good coach.
Reflections on Neil Danaher. We will bring you the tribute. It's been wonderful to see them across the AFL rounds, the games this week. Round 12, we're at Perth Stadium. Sunday footy on ABC Sport, ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen, of course. If you want to get in touch, 0437 774 774. A late game here in the West to wrap up round 12. Earlier today, the Giants by 49 points over Melbourne, which pushes Collingwood out of the top 10. That result, 19-5, 119 the Giants to Melbourne, 9-16-70. The game up in Alice Springs. It's looking like it's starting to get a little bit more wet and wild downstairs. They're trying to remove, as we speak, some of the advertising hoardings directly beneath our broadcast position there. The Corflute advertising hoardings. Most of the ground are LED, but not all of them, and they're taking a few of them downstairs to make sure they can't get blown away. Bounce down in about 11 minutes' time, but first let's get the thoughts of our experts. Still Premiership Eagle in Chris Waterman, and alongside him, Brownlow medalist Shane Woewodin. Gents, how does it all play out this afternoon?
Well, pardon me, I'm not sure. Well, I'll say it again, but Brody Hoff starting on the bench is intriguing. He's been doing the tagging role for the last couple of weeks, which would indicate West Coast aren't quite sure how Essendon are going to line up. If you were picking someone, I would have thought Merritt's the one to go to, but maybe they have something else in mind. I don't know, or is Parrish the one that's more taggable? He's more one-paced. I'm not sure. Given the conditions, and it's hard to see what it's like out there, I think it's pretty slippery underfoot, and there'll be bursts of rain throughout the game. It's going to be played at ground level a lot. I just think it's going to be a day of yardage. Just get it forward no matter what. Don't try and be too cute. The wind will be swirly in here. the weather's going to play a big part in how you use the ball. If you over-possess the ball, I think you're just going to create more mistakes. Just play yardage, get it down there, lock it in, and it could be, I don't know, we'll wait and see. It could be first to 10 goals wins today.
Yeah, contest clearance really important today, and taking territory. I would have thought if it was, and I was really intrigued on Essendon and watching them live, and we know what's happened the past week, but if it was going to be a fine day, I was really interested to see how they would defend, and I'm intrigued as to what Dean Solomon does anything different. And again, weather plays and does things differently for us today from a strategic point of view and system and what they do, but I think he'll be pretty light with them just to go and enjoy their footy and try and connect in a way and play for each other. So, see how much mid-time Sardis gets. He hasn't played with a lot of footy under Brad Scott, so does Dean Solomon just go, here, kid, go and do what we draft you at pick 5 to do, is go hump the footy and win the ball. So real midfield battle in around the contest, and can they get some metres for their own respective teams?
Yeah, I'm just a bit unsure. It's one of those games, if West Coast happen to go down, there'll be a lot of people saying, oh, well, we got the spike out of Essendon, but they shouldn't be, as much as they're not, it's not a clash of the Titans here. West Coast are showing signs of they're moving up the ladder, but things can go wrong particularly when you play against the old sack coaches, and you're in the sack coach syndrome. But I'll be expecting West Coast still to win today.
So we speak about the bounce from the teams who've sacked their coach. We've seen it with Carlton already. We've talked about the 3 wins in a row. But for West Coast, you mentioned there, Muddy, they've played some pretty good football the last fortnight. They played some good footy early in the year, some decent football, won 2 games in a row, and then seemingly went backwards again and got smashed by Sydney, smashed by the Saints, and fans started to lose hope again. How important is it today up against an Essendon side who's just sacked their coach, is missing a number of key important players? They just have to win, don't they? They cannot afford to lose this.
We used this same narrative against Richmond, and Richmond came over and they lost. It's not the end of the world, because when you sit back and have a good view of West Coast right now, and you can say at some point they'll throw Devon Robinson, Jack Graham, Brandon Starcevic, potentially Archer Reid, potentially Elijah Hill. There's 5 that I can think of. Duff Tyler, 6. And they've got to go through another draft yet before they start moving even further up the ladder. So there's a fair bit outside this team, and those big boys around the ball make a huge difference, which West Coast haven't been able to really.
But they played really good footy the last fortnight.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, better than the footy they played when they won those 2 games earlier. Yep. Yeah, you'd argue. It's the best footy they've played in 3 years, probably.
Yeah, Pikey said it, didn't he?
They have to build on that,
blocks.
don't they?
Oh, yeah.
They can't go backwards again.
No, they can't go backwards.
They have to be...
But inconsistency is one of the phases you go through when you're growing up.
When do they get past it, though? They've got to find a little bit. 2 weeks is not enough, go back to the Richmond game.
After Richmond, everyone was going to sack the coach. So, I could see. I think I said last year during the season, even though they had 1 win, as the season was unfolding, they're off the bottom. Yeah. You can just tell by going back to the draft and seeing what they had with a little bit of Jobe Shanahan that we saw. You could just see they were just starting to build little blocks, and now they're building more blocks, and they went and got a couple more players in Dev Robinson. And it's sad that he's not out there, but those big bodies come around. But again, you'll get, as Pikey said, we're keeping that early round pick, so they're going to get another block of talent. And maybe something else. Who knows? Another player that's big body. Who knows? But there's still... Shanahan and Duff Tyler and Dersma playing footy. Dersma would have fit into any team, but Duff Tyler's certainly playing games. Jobe's in his 2nd year. Next year will be his 3rd year. Yeah. Because he was playing last year in a team that was very bottomed out and was getting experience when he probably shouldn't have in most teams. But a lot of them got games last year, and some of them are topping up again this year. So... they're ahead of the curve in where they are, I reckon, Wobby.
But I still believe they can't go backwards from the last 2 weeks.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
They've got to maintain that level. That's the challenge.
They were terrible heading into the Richmond game. They lost the week before to St Kilda by 101 points. So they didn't take a step backwards against Richmond necessarily, because they were poor for the 4 weeks leading in. But they certainly didn't step forward that game. No. Now they have. This is the best we've seen them play in years. They can't go out and lose.
I'm with you, Mitch.
Have to build it.
I understand the holistic and the bigger picture argument, Muddy. I really do. But after we've already had this once, and the reaction that we got from West Coast supporters texting in and calling in on Monday on our local program over here was this is the worst defeat that we've had because we thought as a club we had taken some steps forward. This is a Bombers side, and looking through 16, 17 unavailable players who've had to make 5 changes for this week, and I know that there's a 50% new coach bounce record if you go from Josh Fraser, the most recent before Dean Solomon, all the way back to 2017. But this West Coast side has to today make sure that they're on the other 50% of that. They need to frank great performances against Collingwood, and it was, and a terrific win against GWS here, which it was, with an effort today that sees them beat the Bombers. It's as simple as that for this Eagles side today against Essendon. Let's take you downstairs for the Neil Danaher tribute.
Please be upstanding and join with the players, coaches and umpires to pay tribute to Neil Danaher, a man whose courage has inspired a nation through strength, humility and unwavering determination. Neil Danaher has shown us what it truly means to fight with hope, lead with heart and never give up. Thank you, Neil. Your legacy extends far beyond football, and your impact will be felt for generations to come. Good luck to the teams. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the game.
Ballet Neil Danaher, it says on the big screen. The Eagles break to our left, the Bombers to our right. Of course, it's been mentioned many times, but his links with 4 football clubs. Essendon, first as a player and a best and fairest and a club captain. And with the Bombers as an assistant coach, he became Fremantle's first ever assistant coach, working under Jared Neesham, and from that role he assumed the coaching role, the senior coaching role at the Demons. He held from 1998 to 2007, had 108 wins from the 223 games he was in charge, took the Demons to a grand final in 2000 as well, and then after that spent some time with the West Coast Eagles for a number of years as their general manager of football, before MND forced him to stand down from that role. And the impact that he had on every club, and indeed pretty much every person in this nation, won't be forgotten. Neil Danaher, thoughts again with the Danaher family, and it is going to be an enormous King's birthday game on Monday, next Monday, between Collingwood and Melbourne. There will be blue beanies everywhere if you get a chance to buy one. I thoroughly recommend that you do. No late changes here for the Eagles and the Bombers, so West Coast going with the same side that ran Collingwood close last week in that very special game as Scott Pendlebury set the new record for the most games played in the competition. The Bombers making 5 changes. Kondo Giannasis, Cox, Sardis, Setterfield and Hooley coming in. McGrath, Durham, Guelphy, Redmond and Caldwell out. Toss of the coin about to take place downstairs. Mitch Turner's got his eye across it. Mitch.
The call is with Kyle Langford, who's captaining the Bombers today, but he loses it. Liam Duggan, the co-captain of the Eagles, wins the toss. They will kick to the city end of the ground. The Bombers will kick to our left, the Graham Farmer freeway end.
I understand why the crowd might be staying away today. The weather is going to be inclement. It's fine right now, if you can believe it or not. Gale force winds and plenty of rain has been... Well, it's been on the menu earlier. We expect a bit more of it later. But what's it like downstairs right now? Let's find out. Akash Fodadar is with us on the boundary. G'day, Akash. Staying dry?
Good evening, Clint. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, staying dry for now. The rain, not really the issue at the moment. As you said, there are showers forecast throughout the evening. The main issue right now is the wind. It is very blustery, and when the gusts pick up, it's going to be very, very challenging for football. At the moment, if it is favouring any end, it is the city end. But as you know, down here at ground level, it does get quite swirly The ground itself at the moment actually looks in reasonable condition, not too much water sitting on the top, but again, that remains to be seen depending on how much rain we get for the rest of tonight. As I look across to the benches for West Coast, Brady Hoff, Tom McCarthy, Harvey Johnston, Josh Lindsay and Jack Williams will start on the bench, and for Essendon, Ben Mackay, Kondo Giannis, Sardis, Gresham and El Hooley.
Will this be a positive fork in the road for the Essendon Football Club? Will the Eagles be able to continue on their recent good form? It's all about to play out in front of us. Severe weather warnings for the state and the capital of WA. How stormy will it be downstairs? Let's find out. It's West Coast and Essendon on ABC Sport. Mitch Turner to get us started.
It'll be Brian v Bailey Williams in the first ruck contest of the day. They stand opposite each other. A week that started with a coach sacking for the Bombers. How will it end? Ball goes up in the middle. Both rucks got a hand to it. Crashing through Roby. Couldn't break the tackle. Spills the way of the Eagles. Kelly. High kick up and under. Still inside the centre square. Williams going back on a tap on of the Eagles. Parrish, though, gathers for the Bombers through traffic. Kicks out to the wing. Right in front of the interchange gates. Merritt able to track it in. Keeps it inboard. Goes back to Langford. His kick up towards half forward. Finds the chest of an Eagle. Bazzo takes the mark, handballed it quickly to Kelly. He ran into trouble, had to go back to Jimby, chips the ball through the middle of Perth Stadium to Baker. His handball set a task for Murdoch. Did well though, got it back to Baker. Kick inside the forward 50. Waterman got away from Blackiston, who had a slip. And Jake Waterman takes the mark. Will kick from a slight angle to the left for about 45 metres out.
Interested to see Kyle Langford starting on half-back flank. Well, he hasn't played that role for a long, long time.
Absolutely. Geez, he had nothing to go to either. Ruben Jimby coming off half-back there, but just squeezed one into the corridor. Didn't quite the target. Milan Murdoch good enough to get his hands free to get that handball away to set this opportunity up for Waterman.
Jake Waterman for the perfect start for the Eagles. He misses to the right. That's the first score of the game, one behind to West Coast. Essendon yet to score. We've played a minute and a half of footy. Jake Waterman now 22 goals, 30 for the season.
Archie Roberts with the kicking duties for the Bombers. Sends it beyond defensive 50 towards left half back. Big pack up. Brian's got a fist to it. Spilled out to Parrish for Essendon. We'll move it short into the middle of the ground. Can't find a teammate. Davis was there. Trying to get it away. Here goes Bo Allen. He'll kick inside the attacking 50 again for West Coast. Waterman in front. Up against Blackiston. Ball hits the ground. Tracked by Murdoch towards the boundary line. And there's been a little shove into Murdoch. A bit of afters too. And it's going to be a free kick here to the Eagles in the left forward pocket. Still a bit going on. Harley Reid decided to get himself involved in the discussion.
Shock.
Milan Murdoch, the 25-year-old, the start to his AFL career he's had. Hard up against the boundary, about 30 from goal. Goes with the outside of the left. Oh, my goodness me. What a terrific kick. He steered it through and he liked it as well. Puffed out the chest, ran straight towards Jackson Pryor and gave him a bit. He can chat. He can kick goals. He's got a bit about him. Milan Murdoch, 1-1-7 the Eagles. The Bombers yet to score. 2 minutes 50 gone on the scoreboard. The moment he kicked it, he knew where he was heading. Not celebrating with the crowd. Straight into the Bombers. And you know, Shane Woden, exactly how much chat he likes.
He loves a little bit of a conversation. He's been terrific, hasn't he, since he's... And we all knew he was going to be at the level too.
Yeah. As a footballer, there was never a problem.
Never. He's been infectious.
Jacko don't mind giving it a little bit of lip too, old Jackie Pryor.
It was Archie Roberts who gave away the free kick, shoving him into the fence, lost his footing.
Great finish.
It was a wonderful finish.
Ball back in the middle. Bailey Williams tapped it straight down into the path of Roby. His handball for the Bombers out in front of Parrish. Goes wider to the wing to Langford. Nothing on upfield. Had to backtrack for a moment, then handballed it back to Parrish. Running down the broadcast side of Perth Stadium. Kick up looking for Edwards. Cut off by Duggan. Couldn't take the mark. The Eagles have it though. Baker. Handball across to Tim Kelly. Kick towards centre half forward. Blackiston. The fist over the top of Waterman. Spills out to the path of Murdoch. Bombers have the numbers though. Under pressure, under siege is Langford. Just tunnels the ball away towards a teammate in Roberts. The Bombers defending hard inside defensive 50. Farrow handballs it to a teammate who snaps it around the corner in Reid. It lands on the chest of Harley Reid.
It was the pressure by Milan again, wasn't it? He just got himself involved, got a hand in there. No stats, but just forced the issue.
Harley Reid marks 48 metres out. It was the opposing Reid in Zach Reid who kicked it to him.
Set the ground up well too, West Coast, on that entry.
He certainly can kick a long ball. Harley Reid will kick from outside 50. In tough conditions. Lights on here at Perth Stadium. Harley Reid strikes it well. It's right to the line. It's into the crowd. It's away to the right, though. 1-2-8. The Eagles. The Bombers still yet to score. 5 minutes played. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Roberts will move it short, and there is Reid again. Has to go down low to mark above his shins. In the left back pocket for the Bombers. And the away kit, predominantly red with the black sash. Essendon go beyond defensive 50. Bazzo at the back of about 4. Got a fist to it and saw it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Between left half-back and centre wing, northern side of Perth Stadium. 1-2-8 the Eagles. They're wearing the black and gold WA Day jersey. Bombers yet to score. Boundary umpire will unfurl. Still dry conditions for the moment. Ryan front position. Got it down to Parrish. Couldn't take it cleanly. Wants to come out the side. Cox isn't taken high. And come back though to Parrish, who is the player who's been given the free kick. Monstered in the tackle. Dersma stands the mark. That's of the Eagles' side. Kick towards Mackay, who couldn't mark. Now an opportunity to go forward through Reid for the Eagles to Bazzo. Then to Willem Dersma. Kicks towards right half forward. Chopped off by Zach Reid, who marks for the Bombers in the left back pocket. The Eagles still the only scoring team. 1-2-8. Bombers yet to trouble the scorers.
Zach Reid chipped it outside defensive 50. Roby couldn't take it. Handball from Duggan went straight to the face of Liam Baker. Genuine Falcon. Roby comes through, picks it up, tackled. Holding the ball. Guess who? Woe's man. Milan Murdoch will have another shot at goal. And we thought his pressure was going to drop off this week. Be mistaken. That's a ripping tackle.
Great technique. Grabbed the lever, so he couldn't dispose of the ball.
Yeah, he's been
huge
at the start of this game, Milan.
Oh, he would love a second goal. He's the only goal kicker so far. Milan Murdoch set shot from 45 metres out. It's straightening on the line. It is knocked through for a minor score. See the wind swirling there.
Probably on his limit too, the journey there.
On defensive 50 with the kick, the Bombers. El Hooley thought he was in fringe. So does the non-controlling umpire about 70 metres away, and he'll get the free kick. I think it was the right decision. Takes a couple of steps inboard. Back in the team this week for the Bombers. Kicks towards the wing. It's well read by McCarthy. Coming in from the boundary line. He takes the mark on his chest for the Eagles.
Just happy to take contest at the moment. Essendon keeping it skinny.
McCarthy towards right half forward. El Hooley's up, got a hand to it. Went over the back. Waterman tracks it to the boundary line, but the ball goes across for another throw-in.
Did you see Roby almost get hit in the back of the head because the wind dropped it so much he turned around and the ball nearly hit him in the back of the head?
Might be one of those days if you chip it short in the air, it might end up behind you. It's that breezy. Williams in the ruck contest, got it down. Roby gathers, kicked around the body, but onto the chest of Duggan. Takes the mark on the attacking edge of the centre square. Puts West Coast back inside attacking 50. Good spoil came from Zach Reid. Spills out in the direction of Murdoch. He's able to gather again. Got it out to Waterman. He went back. Thought he might have been taken high. Umpire says no, play on. Bombers clear towards the southern wing.
Jimby, big fist in on the logo. Managed to knock it to his own advantage. Handball across to McCarthy into the middle of the ground for West Coast. Kelly has space, takes the mark, kicks into the pocket. Shanahan couldn't mark, thought he was taken high in the contest. No whistle from the umpire. Zach Reid now, left back pocket, chisels one inboard. Was able to find a teammate in Setterfield. One of this week's inclusions. Goes out the southern side, back almost taking the mark was Day Wicks, knocks away from him. Murdoch again has it, kicks towards half forward, a little high for Waterman, allowed Blackiston to come in and win it back for the Bombers. Goes to Roberts, now to Farrow, the West Australian. Back in his hometown, kicks up the wing now, does Roberts. Roby had it punched away from him. Back into the hands of the Eagles. Jinby off to Bo Allen, kick towards half forward, and a little bit of ping pong footy. It's marked by Xavier Dersma at right half back. One of two Dersmas out there today.
A couple of Dersmas, a couple of Reeds. Bombers set towards the outer side. Good mark again. Ruben Jinby, back of the pack. Was at the highest point. Go back and stand on where the logo's painted on the ground. Southern wing of Perth Stadium. Wobbly looking kick will tumble inside forward 50 off the hands of Shanahan. There's a free kick being spotted here. It's a push. It's going the way of the Bombers. We'll come back here to Langford. We'll have it for Essendon in the right back pocket. West Coast to 139. The Bombers yet to score. 9 and a bit gone in the opening term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Chips it out the far side looking for Caddy. Jinby there, knocks him off it, loses the ball, and boundary line wins out. They'll toss it on the far side. So 2 Reeds, 2 Dersmas, one set of brothers. The other aren't brothers, but Archer Reed, the brother of Zach, does play at the Eagles. He's just not here today. You'd be surprised. There's only one Kondo Giannis out there today, though. So
that's disappointing for everyone.
We'll get down to Akash Vodadar in just a moment. Those dark clouds coming overhead again. Williams favoured by the boundary throw-in. Didn't get it, though. Brian put a fresh airy swing at it as well. Farrow takes it. He's tackled by Harley Reid. 55 metres out. Could almost go the distance from here with the breeze. Instead, chips it inboard to Duggan. Marks almost at true centre half forward. He's pointing towards the goal, the Eagles co-captain. Bo Allen's out at left half forward, screaming for a chance. He'll take the responsibility, the co-captain.
Use of the stand rule.
Co-captain of the biggest club here in WA, wearing the WA Day kit. Liam Duggan all the way hits the post. He got the purchase. He had the distance. Just offline, the Eagles missing a few chances. 1-4-10 West Coast, 11 minutes played. Essendon still yet to score. Yet to have an inside 50. It's 9-zip.
Earlier today, the Giants over the Demons by 49. Bombers towards left half back. Bailey J rises and Williams, he takes the mark. Front of the pack. 2 kicks from goal. Sends it back from whence it came towards full forward. 4 go up in the battle. Spill down here to Langford. Hand pass to Ilhowie in the left back pocket for the Bombers. Dangerous kick. Harley Reid flew. Couldn't mark. Perkins wraps him up and takes him to ground. Just inside the attacking 50 for the Eagles.
Well, it's in Essendon's favour a little bit here, isn't it? They've just got to weather the storm, pardon the pun. But 1 goal 4 is not enough.
Main storm still coming. Setterfield got it away. Roby through boot to ball and kicks into the middle of the ground. That's a good mark taken by Caddy. Just on the commentary edge of the centre circles. Goes right up the corridor but could only find Young. Harley Young marking for the Eagles. There were 2 Bombers surging forward. Young just beautifully read it. Took the mark and moved it out to Baker, who marks at left half back.
Your answer there, Huddy, from pre-game. That's Ben Mackay standing at full forward against Tyler Young. As the Eagles go out wide to Bo Allen, just beyond left half back. Blue boots on, kicks up the wing. Big pack forms in front. Langford got to the front and dropped the ball. Jack Williams at ground level for the Eagles. Turns it over to Farrow. Tries to shake a tackle in the end. Did well. Got it to Sardis. Then by hand to Langford. Sweeps it wide to Dersma, who chips one just the required 15. Up the wing to Parrish. Parrish, quick handball across to the runner. Now the kick inside 50. Mackay the target. Young knocks it away from him. Baker. Ground level, handball back to Tyler Young. Now to Kelly, to Harley Reid through the middle. Ran into trouble, handball, no, through it, said the umpire. Essendon will take the advantage through Day Wicks.
And they send it into the forward 50. On the bounce, Caddy's able to get to it. He's up against Jimby, lost his footy. Caddy went in there, grabbed him, wrapped it up, holding the ball.
Unlucky.
It was.
Lost his footy. It's actually unlucky probably not to get a free kick. I thought Ruben Jimmy fell on his head.
Jimmy will take his free that he was given. Sends it towards the commentary wing. Trying to attack it. Unable to mark was Jack Williams. Spills down to Merritt. Kicks towards centre half forward. He's Perkins. Marking for Essendon. Too far out to score himself. He'll kick him the left forward pocket. The lead was on from Caddy. He stretched out the arm. couldn't get the ball to stay in play. It's gone over the boundary line for a throw-in. Akash Fodadar is downstairs. Akash.
Yeah, Job Shanahan is a bit sore from that last marking contest. Copped some friendly fire. He tried to get off the ground, but there was no one ready to come on for him, so the doctor's been out talking to him. Looks like a sore chest sternum area where he copped a knee.
Rare 4-0 forward for the Bombers in this game so far as Mackay won it down. Kelly was able to snaffle it, gave it to Baker. Then on to Dersma, kicks the Eagles towards the commentary wing, stretching Shanahan. Got a hand on it up against Zach Reed. Spilled away off him and over for a boundary throw-in just in front of the interchange gates. 1-4-10 the Eagles. Bombers yet to score. 14 gone in the opening term. On ABC Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Supported the Bombers growing up. Job Shanahan.
Might be a clavicle, I reckon.
Ball back in the middle. Back thrown in from the boundary throw, and it comes the way of the Bombers. Handball to Dersma. This is Xavier who snaps it out of bounds. The catch Fodadar downstairs.
Yeah, while he's right, he's indicating towards his right collarbone to the doctors and physios. That's Job Shanahan there on the bench.
Yeah, he just grabbed it a little bit as he was coming off. That wouldn't be good signs for the West Coast Eagles if they lose one of their key young stars. Baker, free kick, brings the ball back into play, kicks it towards right half forward, and Langford, the acting captain, takes the mark. Just inside left half back, opposed to Yo. He'll go short, and Sardis will have it at centre half back.
Sardis pauses for a moment. Back in the team this week. First time since Anzac Day for the Bombers. Kick towards the southern wing. The Eagles had the numbers. Dave Witt's done really well, though. He's able to win the footy off the deck and gave it to Parrish. Spreads the Bombers back out to the northern wing. Awkward-looking bounce. Eventually he's been able to sit up. The Bombers can move it. Oh, that's a disappointing kick from Cox. He saw Gresham come towards him, couldn't find him, put it over the boundary line. Free kick for the Eagles. Lindsay will move it inboard and he finds Willem Dersma. 16 gone in the first. Eagles have it at right half back and they lead by 10 points.
Kick up the wing from Willem Dersma over the head of Cole. It'll be last touch, last disposal, and Zach Reed will take the kick as it tumbles over the boundary line. He goes short inboard to the wing to Sardis. I've been watching Ben Mackay run around here. He's in the ruck and he can't get his right boot back on. So he's running around what you call a flat tyre. His back heel is not in it. Here he goes, Ben Mackay in front of the pack, takes the mark.
I need it.
And he can't kick it because his boot's not on properly. Handballs instead to Gresham. Gresham kicks long inside the forward 50. Caddy at the back, flew at the ball, couldn't take the mark. At ground level, West Coast clean up. Duggan to Davis, to Bo Allen. Left back pocket, short, sharp kick was a good one. He found Harvey Johnston at left half back. And back over to you, Clint. I'll continue to watch Ben Mackay, who still hasn't fixed his boot.
Still a Bombers player down as well.
Archer May
here.
Inside.
Shoulders out, I think.
Going to have a stoppage in play for this to be taken care of. He got absolutely crunched by Caddy and then landed awkwardly, putting the arm out as he fell to ground.
Yeah, it's definitely out.
Right shoulder is out. You can see that on the screen. It is out of its socket. The right shoulder as he comes to the bench.
Shame, he's been a good young player for him, trying to make his way in and doesn't shirk an issue, that's for sure.
Was drafted from here because he came across to play for Subiaco in the WAFL. Didn't last long before Essendon thought he looks pretty good and we'll take him in the AFL.
This is his 10th game of the season so far. The Eagles had a great kick across from back pocket to back pocket. Eventually Baker was able to gather and he takes two bounces, runs towards the wing. Oh, he's in trouble, and straight into Gresham, who wrapped him up. Won the free kick. Players streaming forward for the Bombers here. It's moved short to Cox. He's got it at left half forward. Steers it inboard. Needed to be precise. It was. Setterfield marks. In front of the logo. Rolls onto his right. Kicks towards full forward. Jimmy! Great mark in the pack. Had to rise himself. Didn't get any purchase on any other players, but safe hands to McCarthy. Stabs the ball forward to Dersma. The Willem variety. Marks at centre half back for West Coast. They still lead 1-4-10. The Bombers yet to score. 18 gone in the first. Long kick for the Eagles out in front of Yo. Tapped to his own advantage. Went back by hand to Davis. Running by again Johnston into the left forward pocket. Marking. Climbing up to take his shot. Jake Waterman, who's already had one go at the big sticks. But this will be hard up against the boundary in the left forward pocket. He'll put boots of ball from about 35 out.
That kick by Will Dersma from half back to over the top was just outstanding.
Good build-up. Only the one tall going forward there for Essendon with Nate Caddy. It's a good mark by Ruben Jimby. 16 to win it back and go from D50.
22 in set shots this season. Jake Waterman wheels around and he snaps the goal. That meant a fair bit to him as well.
They needed it.
Just the sort of shot that he would like to perhaps build a bit of confidence. And the Eagles get their second. 2-4-16 to the Bombers yet to score. 19 gone in the first.
Tell you about that one?
No idea what that means.
The celebration was a bit weird. Is that the kind of celebration you used to do, Muddy?
Nah, I didn't celebrate.
He's a cool cat, though, isn't he? That's why. He's too cool for us, Jake. Way too cool.
Good finish.
It was a double point up at the crowd, and then the arms crossed over the top. Not quite sure what that was all about. I've seen it before, but
never seen that one.
That's his mates up there, I think.
Okay. The cash photo downstairs.
Yeah, Essendon confirming Archer May's day is already done with that shoulder injury.
Yeah, that shoulder was out, absolutely. Bailey Williams takes it out of the stoppage. Handball to Dersma. His kick smothered, falls the way of the Bombers. Handball over the top into space, taken by Archie Perkins. Kicks inside, forward 50, floating across. Caddy Mackay almost marks it at the back. It falls down to West Coast. Young takes on the tackler. Handball across to Bazzo. His clearing kick up the wing. Langford went early and impeded Brady Hoffer win the free kick. Just backward of the wing. The Eagles with momentum early on. 16-point lead. The Bombers still yet to score. Now up to 7 inside 50s. The Eagles 12. Hoff takes the free kick. It's a high wobbly ball up towards right half forward at the back. It beats everyone, bounces at right angles, and that'll be a last disposal free kick to the Bombers. Taken by Zachary. Disposal 6 for him. He goes short to Sullivan Roby. Bombers slowly working their way up. Perth Stadium, they trail by 16 points.
So Roby kicks high towards centre wing. 2-on-2 battle. Jinby rose in the middle of the pack. A fist to it, punched it over the boundary line for a throw-in.
Brody Hoff's just gone off the ground. He came on there for a little bit and went straight to Zach Merritt. So that might be the tag.
2 touches for Merritt so far. That's it.
Bombers injury list now out to 17, potentially 18 unavailable. Quite remarkable. They'll win possession here. Setterfield handed it off to Merritt, kicked across half forward. Caddy and Hop to shoot up against Marrick. Bounce favoured Marrick. The Eagles able to hand it off to Young. Beautiful kick to Johnston. Marks it left half back near the boundary line. Stabs it short to Waterman. He marks on centre wing southern side. Will chip it over the top. Wanting Dersma. Just keeps it in play. And then gets wrapped up by his brother. Xavier on Willem. Took him to ground and gave him a shove for good measure as well. Willem gets up with a broad grin across his face. He knew what that was all about. Didn't mind that at all. The brotherly love or lack thereof on the southern side of Perth Stadium between the Dersmas. Ryan wins it down for the Bombers from the restart. Came to Willem Dersma to Reid of the Harley variety. Hand pass to Williams. Goes back to Kelly. Eagles still playing by hand to Reid. Hand pass behind Baker, had to go back and gather to Dersma on the logo. Hand pass in the middle of the ground to Johnston. Moving it on to McCarthy. Sweeps the hand pass out towards Duggan. Logo on the northern wing. Runs towards right half forward. Kicks the full forward. Had too much on it. Bombers can go back and take the defensive mark through Langford.
Just kicked it to a 4-on-1 against the Eagles.
Always didn't do their work early. No one was presenting at him.
Long kick out of the wing. Duggan, fist from behind, comes off his hand and goes out of bounds.
That's the one thing that Jack Williams has got to do as a forward. He's become the second ruckman here, but he's got to really present that forward line.
James Shanahan, shot of him on the bench, maybe ready to return. That collarbone issue, shoulder issue he had earlier. Will toss back in. Attacking side of the win for the Eagles. Williams got to the front. That was Bailey Williams. Lost it though. Straight to Merritt. He was tackled strongly by Cole. Ball spills free. Lindsay intercepts the Bombers' handball. Tackled by Gresham, taken to ground. We'll have another stoppage. Still attacking side of this broadcast wing here at Perth Stadium. Lights on in effect. Dark sky here in Perth. A late Sunday game. Williams, Bailey takes it out of the contest. Tackled, holding the ball, and the Bombers take advantage and they lose it straight away. Gets knocked out of bounds, and it's always a bit of an interesting one lately. When does the umpire pay advantage? We can't quite get to the bottom of it. It was supposed to be the player takes it, which is what was paid then, but it never really advantaged the Bombers. Ball tossed back in. Bryan out of the ruck, tumbles one forward. Young there for West Coast. Intercepts, bombs it up the wing and back to the Bombers, who Archer Roberts takes the mark. Chips inboard, centre half back. Xavier Dersma spears one in. Marked in the middle of the ground by Setterfield. He plays on, had to go laterally. Champion came from behind and put him under pressure. Goes out the far side. Mark dropped by Kondo Giannis. Comes back to Blackiston. Spears one up towards right half forward. No mark taken by Archie Roberts. The Eagles have it back. McCarthy, handball to Kelly. Up the middle of Perth Stadium. Kicks it to a one-on-one. Yo gets out the back of Zach Reed. He just has the ball to sit. The ball sits. He snaps. He misses.
Hit the belly.
He bellied it. Elliot Yo, 5 years ago, he would have run all the way in. Just had to snap it early. Another minor score. 2-5-17 West Coast. Essendon yet to score. 25 minutes gone in the first.
2 footies on the ground. Doesn't worry Wallace too much. They'll send it into play towards the southern wing. It's allowed to bounce and hit at pace by Archie Roberts. Looks to hand it back to Ilhuli. He's looking for Setterfield. Coming back with the flight. Baker got a hand on it. Won it down. Kelly to Baker. Back to Kelly for West Coast. Kicks from left half back towards the southern wing. Ball hit the decks, but away from Johnston. Was there to be gathered. Can get it out. Duggan handed it forward again to Young, and now he finds Willem Dersma. He's got it in the centre square. Puts it out towards Bo Allen. Marks on the attacking point of the centre square at right half forward. He'll roll around onto his left. Kicks inside attacking 50 to a 2-on-2. Brought to ground. Here's Yo again. Got a hand pass out. Harley Reid tackled by Merritt. Shoveled the hand pass forward. It's been allowed to play. It'll go over the boundary line for a throw-in. Oh no. Calling it deliberate. Out of bounds. Interesting. So the free kick to be taken by the Bombers, and they'll take it out to Langford in the left back pocket. Moves to Cox by hand. Sweeps it forward again. Opportunity here for Bryan. Kicks towards left half forward, and he spots Mackay, who marks. He'll stab it short. Bounces in front of Gresham. 50 from goal at left half forward. Kicks over the top. Daywicks can't mark. Can gather. Works his way around onto his left. Snaps. Misses. Minor score. Bombers' first score of the game comes at the 27-minute mark of the first. They're one behind. The Eagles are 2-5-17.
It was just a bit of a scroll through the record books to see when the last time they went scoreless in an opening quarter was. They've avoided that by 30 seconds. So the Eagles bring the ball back into play. Big high kick from McCarthy to the wing. Fist from behind came from Kondo Giannis. They were 30 seconds away, the Bombers, from a scoreless first term. If things couldn't get any darker, it's not just the skies that are dark here at Perth Stadium. It's the current outlook for the Essendon Football Club. Ball spun back in again. Jack Williams up against Nick Bryan. Bryan got to the front. Double hand punch out of the path of Setterfield. He was tackled by Allen. Had to cough it up. Bryan gathered it though. His handball almost went to the Eagles. Instead, Parrish gathers. Tried to do a 1-2 with Merritt. Lost the return pass. Comes the way of Setterfield. Handball to Bryan. Off to Merritt. Running out of time. The Bombers, the kick missed the target anyway. And that is the end of the first quarter here at Perth Stadium. It's the Bombers' first goalless opening term of this season. The Eagles 2-5-17. They lead the Bombers just one behind. Clint Wilden.
Also their first goalless opening term since round 19 of last year against GWS. There's a new man in the coaching hot seat in Dean Solomon. That is now a 7th straight opening term the Bombers have lost. Just their second opening term win of the year for the Eagles, for whatever that is worth. So West Coast, they'll go to the quarter time break by 16 points to the good of the Bombers. Goals to Jake Waterman and to Milan Murdoch. Earlier today, the Giants by 49 points over the Demons in Alice Springs. We'll hear from our experts very shortly. Chris Waterman and Shane Woden. But wherever you're listening on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen, this is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that is just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last spin, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Here goes Bo Allen. He'll kick inside the attacking 50 again for West Coast. Waterman in front, up against Blackiston. Ball hits the ground. Trapped by Murdoch towards the boundary line. There's been a little shove into Murdoch, a bit of afters too, and it's going to be a free kick here for the Eagles in the left forward pocket. Hard up against the boundary, about 30 from goal. Goes with the outside of the left. Oh my goodness me! What a terrific kick! He steered it through and he liked it as well. Puffed out the chest, ran straight towards Jackson Pryor and gave him a bit. Long kick for the Eagles out in front of Yo. Tapped to his own advantage, went back by hand to Davis. Running by again Johnston into the left forward pocket, marking. Climbing up to take his shot, Jake Waterman, who's already had one go at the big sticks. This will be hard up against the boundary in the left forward pocket. He'll put boots of ball from about 35 out. 22 in set shots this season. Jake Waterman wheels around and he snaps the goal. That meant a fair bit to him as well. Just the sort of shot that he would like to perhaps build a bit of confidence. And the Eagles get their second.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
New man in charge at the Bombers, Dean Solomon, but he hasn't been able to change their first quarter fortunes. The Eagles lead by 16 points over Essendon after the first quarter. There's a mascot race on here, and it's going to be Wilbur the Wildcat who beats Rick the Rock Eagle. It's a two placing for the Eagles there. So Rick the Rock coming through in second spot. And Rosie, who is the AFLW mascot, finishing in third. Disappointing run from Cody from the Perth Bears. I was expecting more from that second time out in the mascot races. We love a mascot race here in the West. On to more serious stuff. Shane Woden, Chris Waterman, tell us your thoughts on that opening term.
Well, the wind is certainly having a huge effect on the ball in the air. Bit hard to judge. So that's going to cause a lot of turnovers and a lot of messy football, which is what we saw. Well, West Coast dominated the first 6 or 7 minutes and just couldn't hit the scoreboard. And to be honest, 2 goals 5 is not a great return, but that might be the order of the day. It just looks difficult to get things right out there with the way the weather is.
Yeah, and difficult day to actually possess the footy too. It looks like it's a territory game, and they certainly had the had on their terms, West Coast, and found it difficult for Essendon to move the footy forward at all. Look, both teams, as predicted, I thought, were just going to play contest and keep it along down the line a lot from both teams there. They didn't look to transfer the footy at all, and again probably maybe it's too dangerous with the blustery conditions out there, so just to test each other out and see what it is. And felt Essendon weren't structuring up at stoppage in their front half all that well. They're giving West Coast what they want, sometimes 2 spares. So if they're quick kicking from contest and stoppage, they're just giving the ball back to West Coast, and then they could just transfer the footy off turnover. So a good opportunity for West Coast to capitalise, which they didn't quite that quarter.
No, they didn't. But we're just talking off air. It'd be interesting to see whether the wind is pushing towards that right-hand side, which we don't know from up here, on whether that has an effect on the game. We're about to find that out. But Tom Edwards and the other key forwards at Essendon just haven't seen the ball come in the way they'd like it. Mind you, none of the West Coast guys, there's been a few dumb kicks, but I think that might be the order of the day. It's just going to be ground level a lot, and you've got to keep your feet.
Akash Fodadar downstairs before I run through the stats. Akash?
Yeah, Muddy was just wondering there about the wind. It's definitely pushing towards the city end of the ground, or to the right of the broadcast position, sort of blowing into that right forward pocket. So not directly towards the goals, but yeah, very much into that right forward pocket, or almost even right half forward. So if it is favouring an end, it is the city end, but it's also a little bit across the ground too, and the blustery conditions are definitely playing havoc with the foot skills. Inside 50s, 15-8, the Wave, the Eagles. The disposals are Essendon ahead by 3. Individually, Tim Kelly's had 11 touches, Liam Baker 9, Willem Dersma with 8.
Harley Reid, Tyler Young with 7 for the Bombers. Parrish and Roberts have 10 apiece. Setterfield 9 and then 8 for Langford and Reid. It is the Eagles by 16 points here Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
There were no late changes to either side, but the Bombers already losing one. Archer May out with an injury to his right shoulder. Landed awkwardly. It popped out as he hit the deck. So that's a blow for Essendon, whose injury list just continues to grow. And Kelly with 11 disposals, as we heard from Mitch Turner. In good form so far this season when the Eagles have been in good form.
It's 4 Bombers without a stat. Archer May, Jackson Pryor, Kondo Giannis and Tom Edwards, and Archer May won't add to that.
No. Just waiting to get the official nod from the television broadcasters. The crowd, as I mentioned a few times, well down on a normal Eagles crowd, but torrential conditions before, and we believe coming afterwards won't have helped. Harley Williams wins it down for the Eagles in the middle, but they'll merge with it. The Bombers through Roby. Got it to Bryan. Then on to Merritt. Kicks immediately inside forward 50. And Jindy's there again for a strong mark. What a year he's having. Surely leading the Eagles best and fairest. Steer it out to Tyler Young in the left back pocket. He goes beyond defensive 50 to Lindsay, who marks. He's at left half back. Trots back inside his defensive 50 and moves it short. Enough to be a mark to Young. Is to show a clean pair of heels to Cox and kicks towards left half forward. Pack of 4 up, off hands, spilled down the direction of Murdoch. Couldn't control it. Ooh, big bump then. Kondo Giannasi's got absolutely hit to ground by Harley Reid as the Eagles move it towards right half forward. Cox was tackled and lost it. So too Perkins. Bazzo tries to go through to gather. Got it onto Davis. Then again it came out the back to Baker. Reid hand passed over his head. Ball into the middle of the ground. It's going to be locked in. Bombers coming to meet it quickly. His head over it. Nicely done was Pryor. Tackled by Reid and Hoff. Ball up. Williams wins it down. Into Roby. Hurried kick into the bread basket. Nicely done, Sardis to control it. Kick inside forward 50. Caddy diving forward. Couldn't mark. Baker mopped it up. Hand pass to Young for the Eagles. Now to Lindsay. Moves it to Davis. Kick was touched. So went to Johnson. Got Crunch coming in from the side. Free kick is going to go against Roberts here. And Johnston will have it for West Coast between left half back and centre wing. Northern side of Perth Stadium.
Game number 10 for Harvey Johnston. Kicks up towards left half forward. Bailey Williams floats across. Can't mark. This came from behind. Harley Reid in front. Runs away from a couple of Bombers. Now kicks on the left foot inside 50 and straight onto the chest of Xavier Dersma. Thought about going quickly into the middle of his defensive 50. Instead, goes back to the old long down the line, right up the middle of the wing. Jimby in front of Caddy. Couldn't get to the fall of the ball. Bounced over both their heads. Bailey Williams coming through dispossessed. Al Hooley under for the Bombers. Handball across to Sullivan Roby. Tumbling ball up towards right half forward. Young in a wrestle there, one-on-one with Ben Mackay. They lock up and the ball comes off bodies out of bounds. 45 metres around from the Bombers' attacking goal. Still yet to find a major here. See a replay of Harley Reid. Little bump on, who was it there? Archie Perkins. Not a lot in it. Fell to ground, but not sure they'll do much of that as the ball's tossed in. Nick Bryan for the Bombers. Tap down to Merritt, to Perkins, across to Sardis. Chips across the 50 and able to find Farrow. And with the breeze, he's got the distance here. He's a beautiful kick of the footy, the West Perth product. He fancies his chances.
And off the side screen.
He'll kick this from 55 metres out, directly in front. He goes back and lines up. Game number 10, the 18-year-old from WA. Back home in front of friends and family. He runs around, kicks from 55 under pressure. It's across the face and short to the left. Big pack flies at ground level. Baker handballed it straight to Nate Caddy. Dodges around one, snaps. Bouncing ball to the goals. It beats every Eagle. Falls into the palm of Nick Cox, who kicks the easiest goal he will ever kick in his AFL career. It went through every single Eagles defender. He was the last one there. He took it a metre out, punched it through. The Bombers have their first as the rain begins to fall here at Perth Stadium. 1-1-7 Essendon. West Coast 2-5-17. 3.5 minutes. 4 minutes played in the second term. Shane Waywode and Chris Waterman.
As the weather rolls in, that's disappointing from West Coast. Did a lot right. Past saving that goal on the goal line, went through about 4 sets of hands. Yeah, poor mistake by Baker. His handball.
Yeah, luck's of fortune. Those goals will happen on a day like today. Yeah. Just got to keep it alive.
He should have kicked the goal, Caddy, probably initially.
Yeah.
So lucky and unlucky, West Coast.
Gets him on the board.
I'll make sure I say this correctly, but it is sheeting down in the middle of the ground. So the Bombers will get it away through Sardis. Kicks long inside forward 50. Caddick stretch. He crashed into McCarthy. Jimmy tried to put his head over the football. He was locked it in himself inside the Bombers forward 50. Just wrapping up Setterfield, who throws it back to the umpire. Hard to tell from where we are what the wind is like. We know it's gusty, but they've taken the flags down. Bombers tap it forward towards full forward. Davis had it, got tackled. Just got a hand pass into space. Still there to be won. Bombers through Gresham. Able to lock up Bazzo. There's a mismatch in heights, but good tackle from Gresham, who took Bazzo to ground. A ball up the call, deep in the right forward pocket for Essendon.
-9 at clearance at the moment. Eagles got to start tidying up their stoppage work.
Gresham tried to get a hand pass out from the restart. It came to Baker. Wasn't sure what to do with it. Hand pass back into traffic. Perkins picked it up, shoveled it forward. Jack Williams couldn't take it. Sardis could. Here's an opportunity. Gresham on over the back. Threw it on the boot. Goodness me. He's put it out of bounds on the full, putting it into the left hand behind post. Which gives you an indication of how tricky the breeze must be, because he was no more than about 7 or 8 metres away. Admittedly at right full forward. You would expect more. 1-1-7 the Bombers, 2-5-17 the Eagles. 6 gone in the second turn.
Out the far side go West Coast. Kick to a pack, almost marked by Jack Williams. Couldn't, crashing in and tackled to ground is Shanahan. They'll ball it up in between wing and half forward, southern side of Perth Stadium. In front, Bryan got the tap down, stolen by Harley Reid. Handballs back to Bo Allen. Wrong side for him, but manages to hit the target, sliding down low. Up against the boundary, Joe Shanahan. Good to see him moving well. After an early injury concern, goes back towards right half back. Bazzo thought about continuing the switch instead. No one stands the mark. He plays on. Kicks down that southern wing again. Big pack flies. Zach Reid in front. Couldn't mark. Shanahan roved it. Handball to Murdoch. Stood up in a tackle. Gave it to Harley Reid, who slipped trying to break through. Caught high. Murdoch takes advantage. In towards Waterman. Punched away from him. The Bombers can rebound here. Perkins to Gresham. Handball to Parrish. Handball forward to Setterfield. Attacking side of the centre square. Kicks long inside 50. Jinby brilliant. Punches it away from Caddy. Bazzo comes in to support. Caddy lays the tackle. Bazzo goes again. Now he's gang tackled.
Well done.
The Eagles hold up. Stoppage inside forward 50 for the Bombers.
Outstanding by Ruben Jinby. Yeah. And that just showed how much the ball's hanging in the air.
Inside forward 50, as we heard from Essendon. Both rucks had a tap. Williams and Bryan. Bryan tried to manufacture a kick. Couldn't get clean contact. Spoke in the direction of Young. He gathered. He's tackled to ground. Will ball it up once more. Setterfield, last player up off the deck. Rain has eased again at Perth Stadium. Still cool and blustery, though. Jack Williams got a touchdown. Came out the side here. Perkins just got a kick forward. No one in particular. Bazzo mops it up. Hand pass went behind Champion. Stolen away by Caddy. Swept into the right forward pocket to Gresham. Oh, he's missed everything again. He was there at right full forward a second time. Put it across the face. It's just clipped the inside of the boundary at left full forward. So from right full forward to left full forward. This time, though, it's going to be a throw-in. Now the umpire puts it back into play. Jack Williams against Bryan. They missed both. Perkins at the back. Got it onto Day Wicks. Does throw it on the boot. Kicked around the body. That's better. Through for a major for the Bombers. High fives all round. Usher Day Wicks with his 4th of the season for the 20-year-old. And he gives the Bombers their second. 2-1-13 now, Essendon. The Eagles are 2-5-17, and we've gone nearly 9 minutes into the second term.
Got to tidy up their D50, West Coast. Yeah. I think their smalls are finding a lot of space. Some uncontested footy in there from stoppage and general play. A little bit of ball watching maybe. But, Gresham's had 2 opportunities. He hasn't converted. And there with Day Wicks.
Well, he's just sitting at the back there all by himself. I mean, Malachi Champion came in too late, but I mean, you just can't give them that much space on them inside their forward 50 on any day.
You said it well as well. 7-1 the clearances this quarter. Yeah, favour of the Bombers.
Yeah, they've stepped it up.
7-1 in the clearances, and the contested possessions they lead as well. Inside 50s, they're on top, and they might win it out the middle again. Parrish handball knocked down though by Harley Reid, able to get it back to Jack Williams. Looping handball forward to Yo. Has Dersma running past, feeds the handball. He chips inside 50, and Hoff seeping forward takes the mark. 45 metres out, 45-degree angle to the left. Has a player short if he wants him. Once again, Bo Allen. They obviously don't rate his set shot kicking. He's been getting ignored all day. Brady Hoff might take it. This will be a tough kick if he's punching into that breeze. We'll find out now. Brady Hoff doesn't have a shot. Instead, kicks into the pocket. Waterman reads it beautifully, takes the mark. Had to judge the ball in the wind. He marks it up against the boundary. Left forward pocket. About 25, 30 metres out. He'll have to go around the corner now. This will be another tough one. He's going to snap it into the breeze.
Well, those flags behind,
yeah,
they're moving a bit.
Good day to hold the flag. Don't have to shake it much. Just get to stand there. Let the wind do the work. Got to take the positives. Jake Waterman, the mullet's flowing in the breeze too. It's a beautiful sight. Waterman plays on, snaps around the body, goes all the way across the face, misses everything by a good 10 metres. It's going to be tough to kick goals down that end today. No change to the score. It's still West Coast by 4 points. Free kick Essendon left back pocket.
I actually had some concerns for the person with the biggest of those Bombers flags, just struggling to hold on to it. It's windy towards the outer side of the ground. No mark taken. Jimmy looked to tap it forward to Marrick. Immediately gang tackle. 3 Bombers got him. Took him to ground. No prior. Ball up. Umpire will come in to try to sort this out. There's a little bit of afters here too. Roby has just removed Duggan from proceedings. Harley Reid gets involved. Umpire decides to throw it up to break them up. Umpire, though, after Williams tapped it down, has spotted a free kick going away of Mackay. Won't make the locals happy. Moves it short across half back to Roby. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Bounce, carries it through. This is Bondogiannis. Moved it on again to El Houli. Kicked inside forward 50. Leaping up into the air. That is a terrific mark. Daywicks again. Has it between full forward and centre half forward. He'll start in line with the right hand behind post.
It's a bit concerning for West Coast. I just don't like the way they're setting up. That last attack on the ball from Bo Allen, he should have just held his ground and not let the player go past him. It was just a bit too gung-ho, and I think that's where West Coast are at the moment.
He kicked their most recent goal. Archer Daywicks. This to put the Bombers in front. Daywicks will kick from 45 out. We're behind it. It's steering across to the right. It curves right. It misses right. A minor score. 2-5-17 the Eagles, 2-2-14 the Bombers. 13 gone in the second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Lindsay, kick out, terrible. Cut off by Daywicks for the Bombers. 45 out. He centres it. Parrish goes back with courage. Couldn't take the mark. Sardis drop of the ball. Had a fresh area on the boot. Picked up immediately by Cox. Tackled, taken to ground. It was Roby crashing through indeed. He was taken on Perkins actually. So ball up, 40 metres out. Huge pack of players around this ball. Tapped down to the path of Merritt. Tried to toe poke it straight to an Eagles player. Then became tackler. Daywicks got it to Edwards. He's on his hands and knees. Costing up the way of the Eagles. Marrick to Bazzo to Harley Reid. Left half back. Handball to Bo Allen. Along the boundary line. Gets it back to Harley Reid, who runs straight into Zach Reid. Rides the contact. He's bumped out of bounds. I'll tell you what, he certainly wasn't afraid to take the contact from the key position player. He just ran straight in and said, you know what? You've got to be stronger than that to take me down. It was a great contest. Old Sauce back in. Mackay in the ruck, works Williams out of it, kicks it forward, off hands, comes to Baker, handball to Cole. The Eagles are away. Cole's handball, little hot for Murdoch on the ground. Couldn't get it, was pushed off it. Now Baker gets it out into the path of Hoff.
Hoff's able to gather, picks it up at left half forward, kicks the full forward, high and long, 2-on-2 battle, all coming out. Williams got in the way of Waterman. They spilt it. Blackiston picked it up. It'll work its way to Roberts. Hand passes it back to Pryor. Tumbles a kick towards centre wing. Commentary side. Caddy up against Jinby. Jinby's done really well. Tapped it down to Bazzo for the Eagles. Back to Jinby by hand to Kelly. Hand pass to Baker over the shoulder. Back to Bazzo. That's well done from West Coast. Combined beautifully. Got it on to Allen. Stabs it short to Dersma, who marks it left half forward. There's a photo of that battle between Zach and Harley. Surely you'd have the headline, read all about it. Dersma into the left forward pocket with the kick. Off the hands of Shanahan. It spilled down. Back into the corridors. Sardis got it away to Xavier Dersma. Spirals a kick beyond defensive 50. Ilhuli went up. Couldn't mark. Hoff got it from the deck. Again puts it into the left forward pocket. Trying to find Waterman. Off hands and over the boundary line for a throw-in. Eagles will have it deep in their left forward pocket. 2-5-17 they lead. The Bombers 2-2-14. 15 gone in the second.
Bryan in the ruck for the Bombers. Stalking Bailey Williams. The ball is tossed in right into the middle of the 50. Neither ruck got a hand to it. Blackiston gathered. Bombed it up the broadcast wing. Wrestle ensued between Lindsay and Cox. Free kick is going the way of
Cox.
Essendon. Yeah. Outsize there, Josh Lindsay. Grabbed the arms around the waist. Cox has it on the logo of the broadcast side. Goes laterally just to Sardis under pressure from the closing goal. Screaming at someone to come for him. There is not a lot of movement up the field. In the end, just has to bomb it towards half forward. Flying at the back, unable to take the mark was Setterfield. Off hands, Duggan. He's paid the mark. A lot of rubbish floating across Perth Stadium today. We don't see that a lot here. The wind just shows you how strong it is as it litters the field. Duggan up the wing. Reid got in front. This was Zach Reid. Couldn't take the mark. Shanahan rose. He's tackled. Ball up right in front of the interchange gates. It is the Eagles still by 3 points. 16 minutes into the second.
Williams took it cleanly, got tackled by Bryan, was able to work it out in the direction of Kelly. His hand pass intercepted by El-Houli. Looked to shovel it forward. They can't quite keep it in here. I think his best was Roby to convince everyone after he got the hand pass from Setterfield that it was on the right side of the boundary. Not to be. It's over for a throw-in. Just forward of the interchange gates. Bombers attacking territory. Eagles still lead by 3 on the scoreboard. Midway through the second term. Throwing in, neither ruck with a telling clearance. O'Halley going through. Hand passed it to Pryor. Moved it on to Perkins, then to Xavier Dersma, to Langford through the middle. Kick out towards left half forward. Cox allows it to bounce and then gathers. Hand passes back to Farrow. Kicks the Bombers into the left forward pocket. He wanted Mackay, but well done again. Jimby was able to punch it away. The Eagles keep it in play. It came again to Lindsay. Oh, poor kick. Turned it over. Xavier Dersma marks it left half forward. He's about 80 from goal. Bombers trail by 3. 17 gone in the second.
Dersma goes laterally to Pryor on the point of the centre square. Backs himself back onto that southern wing. Now kicks it inside the forward 50. Looking for a marking target. No one could take it over the head of everyone. Harley Reid leads back. Takes it on the goal line, rushes it through rugby league style. Almost dived over the line, put it down. I think he grounded it. It's been rushed through for a minus score. We'll check the bunker to see if he had control when he grounded that ball. It could be a try. We are not sure. In the end, it is a behind to Essendon. They trail by 2 points now. 18 minutes gone. We'll have to wait for the replay of that one, Clint.
Sorry, Liam Duggan goes beyond defensive 50. Bombers will win it back. El-Houli gave it off to Setterfield. Then on in turn to Pryor. Kicks long towards goal. It's just missing, hitting the left-hand goalpost. Gee, that did have a bit of extra carry thanks to the breeze. 1 point ball game. 2-4-16 the Bombers. 2-5-17 the Eagles. 18 gone in the second.
We've had arc issues. We don't need to get the bunker involved. I'll take that back. Lindsay plays on to the Eagles. Kicks down the broadcast wing. No mark taken in front of the pack. Champion roved at handball across to Davis. Snaps the ball up the wing. One-on-one foot race between Pryor and Waterman. It's Kondo Giannis for the Bombers. He gets there. Forces Waterman back. Waterman steps around him. Kicks into the pocket. Beautiful work by Jake Waterman. Finds the target. Harvey Johnston in the left forward pocket. He had the measure of Kondo Giannis. had him on skates. He went one way, went the other, and then hit the target. This might be the toughest bit, though. Set shot coming. Harvey Johnston, 25 metres out, tight angle to the left with that breeze. It's going to go around the corner. Harvey Johnston, he snaps, he goals. Pumps his fist to the crowd, flexes the muscle, and kicks the Eagles' third goal of the game, their first goal of this second term. 3-5-23. West Coast, Essendon are 2-4-16. Approaching the 20-minute mark and time on here in the second quarter. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Chris Waterman, the dual Eagles Premiership player, Brownlow medalist, as well as Shane Woewode.
Done a lot of hard work, Essendon.
Yeah.
No reward there. They'll be disappointed with that opportunity.
West Coast did all the hard work in the first quarter and kicked 2-5. So that's going to be it for the day. It's going to be a scramble. Ryan Marriage needs to get himself into this game on that wing. He's only had the one possession so far. They need a bit more run from him and his ball use. So he needs to find a way, but it was good work in the end. You said there's a fair bit of litter down that far end of the ground. It reminds me of the old Arden Street back in the day.
It's strewn all over the ground because of the breeze. Going up in the middle. The ruck with a telling tap. They tried to gather, couldn't. Merritt does. Gave it to Bryan. Tackled by Yo. Ball came out the side. Merritt gathered, but the umpire's called holding the ball call. Yo will get it. Winning the free kick for the Eagles. Works his way onto his right. Kicks up the middle. No mark taken inside forward 50 for the Eagles. It spills away. Merritt will hack it off the ground. It'll spin on its top. Taken by Jimby. Surely taken high. He was. Perkins tests his innocence. He went down low to gather. Contact was made high. Umpire gives it to the Eagle. Jimmy kicks inside forward 50. Big pack off hands. Here's Harley Reid. Breaks the Blackiston tackle. Popped it to Marrick. Left forward pocket. Snaps. Misses. Just went narrowly to the left-hand side with the right boot. Minor score. 3-6-24 West Coast. 2-4-16 Essendon. 21 gone in the second term.
Stop. Yeah, very hard to stop. Harley Reid. Kick out of the wing for the Bombers. Al Hawley marks it. There was 3 Eagles that gave Ryan Marrick a fair spray there for ignoring him in the corridor. Meanwhile, up the broadcast wing go the Bombers. Punched away from the pack. Falls in the hands of Bailey Williams. Got it to Duggan. Broke a tackle. A handball forward to Jinby. Now Lindsay sends the Eagles back inside. 450. Yo! Almost took a special mark. He was being held anyway. With one arm, he was holding off a Bombers defender in Roberts. The left arm, he almost pulled in a remarkable grab on his knees, all while being held. And in the end, it doesn't matter that he spilt it. Just a pure show of strength against the youngster. Roberts had a fistful of Guernsey. Yo will have the set shot. Will we hear Hot Potato? That's his goal song. Elliot Yo from 45 metres out. The drop punt starts very right. It is swinging back. Big pack flies on the behind post. Off hands, goes out of bounds. They will toss the ball back into the right forward pocket. It is proving tough to kick goals down this Graham Farmer Freeway end.
Inclement weather. Hard to deal with. It's not raining at the moment. Remains very breezy. Barney J. Williams won it down. It came to Archie Roberts. Got it for the Bombers. Kicked around the body once. The direction of left half back. Tried to find Nick Cox. In front of him, though. Kelly got hands to it and saw it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Jack Williams down on one knee for a moment after a battle a few seconds beforehand. Takes a few deep breaths. Harley Reid on Parrish as the ball spun back in. Williams got it for the Eagles. Gave it to Kelly. Broke the Parrish tackle. Hands it off to Harley Reid. Hard up against the boundary, right half forward. 2-on-2 battle at full forward. Shanahan at the back. Takes the mark. Swirling winds. The ball came in. A good pair of mitts he's got.
Well, some of the West Coast players have just got to get it, and even the Essendon players, got to get it through their skulls that if you're waiting for a kick to come to you today, it ain't coming. You've got to go and get dirty. You've got to roll the sleeves up and make it happen today.
Shanahan from the right forward pocket. He'll kick from no more than 20 metres out. Goal umpire had to do a bit of work, but by Jove, he's got it. Fourth for the Eagles. 4-6-30 to the Bombers, 2-4-16. The Eagles lead out to 14 points. 24 gone in this second term. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on ABC Listen. If you'd like to send us a text, we'll run through some of them at half-time. Clint Wilton alongside Mitch Turner in commentary, our experts, Chris Waterman and Shane Woewod. That's good play.
Yeah, they need to get ascendancy back in clearances, Rowie, and they just need to get a bit hungrier in their forward 50 and keep the ball in there. It was coming out too easy, and from that last set of clearances, which Yowie won, the ball really come out, and they found a way to eventually score a goal.
Tim Kelly, very good there. Test tackle, clean with his hands. Not sure what Reid was thinking. Just got lost in that contest. Didn't read the ball off the boot.
We go down to a catch photograph shortly with an update on that injured Eagle. Jack Williams out of the middle. Here they go. Centre clearance to West Coast. Kelly on his left boot. Kicks inside forward 50. Was taken late. Or in the back. It is late. So it'll be downfield. Tim Kelly. And it's going to go to Jake Waterman, who was at the fall of the ball. So Kelly was bumped by, it was Edwards or Brian. It was Brian as he was just disposed of the ball. Down the field free kick. Probably there. They've been hot on that this year. Jake Waterman gets the set shot. He's had a couple of cracks already today. There's the one goal to his name. The All-Australian from a couple of years ago. Jake Waterman runs around, steps around the man of the mark, caught by Blackiston, breaks the tackle, handballs back to Bo Allen. He got nice and fancy there, did Waterman. Allen goes into the pocket and off the hands of Langford cutting across. He knocks it out of bounds. I reckon he was trying to gain the distance into the breeze, and that'd be the wind just in his head there. Wowie, Nutty, just probably realised, you know what, that's a tough kick into that stiff breeze.
I think he had the journey though.
Didn't pull the trigger. Ball tossed back in. Bailey Williams taps it down. Sharks by Murdoch off the hands of a Bombers player. Roby clears it. Middle of the ground. Bouncing ball taken by Tyler Young. Has it for the Eagles. Couple of Bombers dive on him. Ball upcoming middle of Perth Stadium.
It's hard to tell with that breeze out there. A couple of them have moved different ways at the moment, so players know more than us.
Throwing up. Williams won it down for the Eagles. Langford dived on it. Champion went over the top of him. That's a huge hand pass. Only about 20 metres towards the logo. Edwards couldn't get there. Kelly could. Picked it up for the Eagles to Hoff. Merritt got him. Just got the hand pass out to Baker. Couldn't take it cleanly. Immediately set upon. Merritt got him one way. Xavier Dersma the other. Ball up the cool. Centre wing. Northern side of Perth Stadium. Eagles lead by 14 points, 27 gone in the second. Bombers going to merge with it through Sardis. Looks to go back again. Kondo Giannatis hands it on again to Sardis. Will kick into the middle of the ground. Ball's allowed to bounce. There's McCarthy, ducked underneath the attempted Bombers tackle and finds Waterman. Leading out on a 45-degree angle to the right of goal. He takes the mark, 40 out.
There's a couple of moments Essendon would like to have back. Edwards was the first here in front of us. That missed tackle there. Even Sardis' kick wasn't to any advantage for his teammates, which gives West Coast this opportunity again.
Just noticed Roby's following Harley around, so I wonder if the coaches said go and play on another young bloke and learn a few things.
Jake Waterman looking for his second goal of the game from 45 out. It's going to go across the face. It's just kept in play. Murdoch had it, got tackled. Desperate stuff from Essendon. Spilled out to Farrow. Chance to give it to Blackiston. He'll clear for the Bombers towards the southern wing. Through hands. No mark taken. McCarthy got hands to it. Cox gathered. Jinby got him. The hand pass was awry. It's been locked in again. McCarthy taken to ground. Wrapped up then by Roby. Ball up, southern wing.
Ball back into play. Hooley crashing through, tackled by Cole. Taking the ground, they will toss it up again. Good thing about the litter on the ground, the rubbish, you can kind of see which way the wind is blowing. It is all to that city end of the ground and probably to the right forward pocket. Another repeat stoppage here. because there are no flags, we've mentioned already, sitting on top of the stadium. Big fist comes from the restart. Free kick going the way of the Eagles. It's going to Hoff, who continuing to run with Zach Merritt. And Merritt's just getting a little bit frustrated. It's going the way now of Bailey Williams, in fact. Merritt stands the mark. Williams can go short to Hoff, who continued running forward. As an attacking side of the southern wing. Less than a minute to play here in this second term. Hoff plays on. Kicks inside the forward 50. Harley Reid full at the back, couldn't mark. Marriott got it, somehow got it to Harley Reid. Breaks one, breaks two, snaps around the body. Oh, Harley, you are special. He is so hard to stop. Just when you think you have him, he slips your grasp. And the finish was equal to the build-up. Oh, Harley Reid. I know it's 16th v 18th, but he is absolutely box office. The Eagles lead is out to 20. 5-6-36. The Bombers are 2-4-16. 30 seconds to go in this second term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Well, you've been shaking your head all day going, he is just so hard to tackle. They had him, but they still couldn't get him.
Had him 3 times. Just raw power.
He had a crack at going for Mark of the year just before that. So he's not going to die wondering, Harley, but that's just, you sort of wait for the umpire to blow the whistle, but he's in control of it the whole time. He knows what's going on.
By the way, he's played, just to remind people, 51 games of footy.
Goodness me. Zach Reid just got brushed aside by Harley. All in the middle of the ground. Chance here for the Bombers. Kick towards right half forward. Scooped up there by McCarthy. Handed it off again to Baker. Will move it short to Marrick, who marks. We're on centre wing, or just shy thereof. Northern side of Perth Stadium. 20 points the Eagles lead by. We've gone past the half an hour mark. Oh, Bailey J. Williams. Great mark at left half forward. He's got it about, let's say, 75 from goal. He's decided he wanted to have a shot. He wheels around on the right.
Off the line.
He did move off the line. Not sure that was the issue, though. In the end, that is half-time. And the Eagles will take a 20-point lead into the major break. 5-6-36 to Essendon 2-4-16. The goal kickers for West Coast, all individuals, Murdoch, Shanahan, Johnston, Harley Reid and Waterman. While for the Bombers, their 2 goals came at the very start of that second term. Nick Cox and Archer Day Wicks. 5-6-36 to Essendon's 2-4-16 as West Coast chase a 4th win of the year. What does Dean Solomon have for his charges in his first game in charge as interim coach of the Essendon Football Club? Just repeating a game earlier today, the Giants by 49 points over the Demons in the Alice, 19-5, 119 to Melbourne, 9-16-70. But here at Perth Stadium, let's get the thoughts of our experts. Dual premiership player Chris Waterman, Brownlow medalist Shane Wowo.
Well, certainly Essendon had momentum and full control of that first 12 or 13 minutes, Wowie. Got a couple of goals, but didn't make the most of it. But West Coast turned that quarter around. The last 7 or 8 minutes, they really got it back. And we thought for a moment that it was the game was going to be played up one end, but they found a way to score. Probably 20-point deficit. Well, they're in front by 20 points at half time, and West Coast kicked 2-5 in the first quarter. Essendon kicked 2-3, so we're certainly going to see a fair bit of ball movement down to the right-hand end of the screen. What West Coast need to do is make sure they put the score on the board, so it was too much for Essendon, but Essendon showed a bit to try and get themselves back in the game, which they did.
Yeah, correct, mate. They were certainly in control and had field position and dominating that first half of the quarter. There was a bit of an arm wrestle there for a long period of time, and then West Coast will snag a couple late. And they're just not getting used to their clearance dominance at the moment. They're not scoring from it. So West Coast in the box will probably not be too alarmed. I think they're plus 13 in clearance, but they're not scoring from that area. So West Coast back half been able to hold up against that pretty well at the moment, and set up really well behind the ball. Just not sure. They keep rolling numbers up, Essendon, with their forwards up to stoppage, and they're quick kicking a lot, and it's just falling into the hands of West Coast back half.
Well, they dominated the clearances for the first 10 or 11 minutes. It was They just got everything out of the middle and everything from everywhere else. They just need to use the ball better and probably go a little bit shorter going inside 50 instead of... Because the ball is hard to judge when it's in flight and moving around a fair bit. So maybe just hit up some leads and just need to take a couple of chances and get themselves back in this game, and things can turn.
Yeah, they're not getting much from their tools at all at the moment. You know, Jimmy's holding Caddy very well. Edwards hasn't touched it and had a big couple of moments there. Mackay's not done anything at all. So maybe just a different avenue into attack and maybe a bit more ground level and get some presence in there. And
well, the only tool to have an influence was Nick Bryan. He's had his hand on a lot of hit-outs, and done a pretty good job against Bailey Williams, who's in good nick. But Bailey's just started to turn it and got a few back out with Yowie and Tim Kelly in that last 5 or 6 minutes, which helped West Coast get those last 2 goals, which gives them a good buffer. But it's not the greatest game. It's not the clash of the Titans, but it's still, from where we are right now, West Coast need to go on and win this, and you wouldn't be surprised to see Essendon to really dig in and try and claw their way back into it somehow.
Yeah, they're in the fight.
They've got to hang on, don't they?
Oh, they have to, absolutely. And they still can. I don't think we knew coming into this game this was going to be a scrap and slugfest, and look, it's not pretty, and we know that footy, you're not going to win like that all the time. So just got to take care of your moments when they do present it for themselves. And right now, West Coast are just taking theirs a little bit more than what Essendon have been able to do.
Understatement of the year, Muddy.
Clash of the Titans.
Not the clash of the Titans. It's not, but for both sets of supporters, it would mean so much. West Coast have gone through so many dark days. Fourth win would be something truly to celebrate. While the Bombers, they've lost their past 6. They've lost their coach that they went into the season with, Brad Scott, showing the door. It would mean a lot if they could get just the second victory in the last year. So they've won 1 game of their past 23. They've had 1 win in 370 odd days. Still mean a great deal to both of these supporter groups if they can get the points. The weather so far has mostly stayed away. It did pour down for a short time, but it's certainly breezy. I'm watching through the Oz kick that's taking place. A couple of the banners, the sponsorship banners, have been, well, blowing everywhere. So I think they're going to give up with those. That's how tricky the wind conditions are downstairs. But it hasn't been as bad as we were predicting. The line being used by all the news departments, so once in every 5-year storm, it was bucketing down this morning. We saw any number of trees drop limbs. It was just rubbish everywhere, and we expect more to come a little bit later today. Just repeating, earlier today, as we mentioned up in the Alice, weather conditions very different to what we've got here, but the Giants prevailed by 49 points in that game. And at halftime here in the West, the Eagles lead by 20 points. If you want to send us a text, we'll read them out in just a moment. 0437 774 774. That is all to come. But first, let's pause and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Hello, this is ABC News with David Rowlands. Defence Minister Richard Marles says an agreement for the US to supply Australia with 3 second-hand Virginia-class nuclear submarines under the AUKUS agreement will have operational advantages for Australia's Navy and save money. Foreign Affairs reporter Stephen Jedgetz has more on the changes.
Australia was always going to get 3 to 5 Virginia-class submarines. Now, this, of course, is the stopgap that we're getting to ensure that we've got a submarine capability that takes us through to the new AUKUS submarine that we're building with the US and the UK. What's shifted is that the 3 governments have said instead of getting potentially a mix of new and old submarines, the original thinking is we might get perhaps 2 old or in the water Virginia-class submarines and 1 new submarine. We're now instead going to get 3 of the existing in-service second-hand Virginia-class submarines.
Israel has seized a centuries-old Crusader castle in southern Lebanon as it continues its operations against Iranian-backed Hezbollah militants. An Israeli flag was raised on the 900-year-old Beaufort castle, with IDF soldiers also taking control of the strategic ridge that it sits on. Defence Minister Israel Katz says troops will remain in the castle as part of what the Israeli government calls its security zone in Lebanon. Lebanon and Hezbollah are yet to comment. The Bureau of Meteorology is warning that damaging winds are expected to strengthen this evening across the southwest of WA. Wind gusts have hit 117 kilometres per hour in the southwest and more than 100 kilometres an hour in the Perth metropolitan area today. Senior meteorologist Joey Rawson says the conditions won't ease until tomorrow.
Places along the west coast, south of Lancelin, all the way around to Albany, are going to get winds strengthening, and we could possibly see wind gusts around 120 to 130 kilometres per hour.
The family of a woman viciously assaulted by 2 police officers 3 years ago has told Four Corners that the New South Wales Police Force needs to better train its officers in order to avoid a repeat of the sickening assault which saw the officers jailed for years. Dylan Welch has the story.
Jodie Knott was naked and experiencing a psychotic episode when 2 officers sent to help her kicked her in the head, stomped on her and dragged her along a bitumen road by her hair during a 15-minute assault. The pair then charged the woman with assaulting them. Her cousin, Nicole Allen, says Ms Knott was a good person who struggled with her mental health.
She was just a lost little soul that just needed help now and then.
Ms Allen says police need better training about how to deal with people living with mental illness.
You can watch the Four Corners investigation, Brutal Force, on ABC TV tomorrow night at 8:30 or on iView. Victorian police say it's unknown whether a man who remains on the run following an alleged double stabbing in Melbourne is armed or not. The man allegedly stabbed a man in Melbourne's north this morning before crashing a car into a house in the city's east hours later and stabbing a female occupant. The victims, a woman in her 30s and a man in his 40s, were known to the man and suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Inspector Graham Higginbotham says the man may still be armed.
We don't know if he still has that weapon on him. There was an item found at the scene that is relevant, so there was, potential for an edged weapon, but at this stage we don't know if the male has any other weapons on him.
Tasmania Police say they're open to learning from a volunteer missing persons search group who have successfully found human remains on 2 occasions. Yesterday afternoon, a body was located during the search for missing 76-year-old Scottsdale man Peter Willoughby, who was last seen entering a nature reserve north of Launceston last October. Many of the volunteers who located the remains were also involved in the successful search for missing Belgian woman Celine Cremer. Inspector Alina Crack says police will review their initial search.
Police are always open to any learning and any input we can have from groups, particularly when there is such success as this one. We're definitely open to discussions with the search group as to what their methods were. It's important to note that these searches were done under different circumstances, and the focus of the initial police search and rescue was to try and find the missing person alive.
And investigations are underway after a man's body was found near a Sydney University campus in Western Sydney. Emergency services were called to Farm Road in Lidcombe around 1 o'clock this afternoon, following reports of a concern for welfare. They found the body of an unidentified man near a fence. Officers have established a crime scene and investigations are continuing. ABC News.
Who will win the AI race? Has gambling become our national sport?
Questions. They've never been more important. So the one thing we'll never question is our duty to keep asking. ABC News. Keep asking.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Baker handballed it straight to Nate Caddy. Dodges around one, snaps, bouncing ball to the goals. It beats every Eagle. Falls into the palm of Nick Cox, who kicks the easiest goal he will ever kick in his AFL career. It went through every single Eagles defender. He was the last one there. He took it a metre out, punched it through. The Bombers have their first as the rain begins to fall here at Perth Stadium. Now the umpire puts it back into play. Jack Williams against Bryant. They miss both. Perkins at the back. Got it onto Day Wicks. Dunst throw it on the boot. Kicked around the body. That's better. Through for a major for the Bombers. Usher Day Wicks with his 4th of the season for the 20-year-old. and he gives the Bombers their second.
Davis snaps the ball up the wing. One-on-one foot race between Pryor and Waterman. It's Kondo Giannis for the Bombers. He gets there, forces Waterman back. Waterman steps around him, kicks into the pocket. Beautiful work by Jake Waterman. Finds the target. Harvey Johnston in the left forward pocket. It's going to go around the corner. Harvey Johnston. He snaps. He goals. Pumps his fist to the crowd and kicks the Eagles' third goal of the game.
Harley Reid hard up against the boundary, right half forward. 2-on-2 battle at full forward. Shanahan at the back takes the mark. Swirling winds. The ball came in. A good pair of mitts he's got. Shanahan from the right forward pocket. He'll kick from no more than 20 metres out. Goal umpire had to do a bit of work, but by Jove, he's got it. Fourth for the Eagles.
Off plays on. Kicks inside the 450. Harley Reid for the back. Couldn't mark. Marrick got it. Somehow got it to Harley Reid. Breaks one. Breaks two. Snaps around the body. Oh, Harley, you are special. He is so hard to stop. Just when you think you have him, he slips your grasp. And the finish was equal to the build-up. I know it's 16th v 18th. But he is absolutely box office.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
The rain has arrived at Perth Stadium during the halftime break. It's not as bad as we feared, but it is tumbling down, which, to add to the tricky windy conditions, will also make it even more slippery out there in the middle. The Eagles lead by 20 points. 5-6-36 to the Bombers, 2-4-16. I promised to read some of your texts before we get Mitch to run through the numbers. 0437 774 774. Big g'day to Kylie, enjoying the call from Armidale in New South Wales with the TV muted. Always good to have you on board with ABC Sport, Kylie. To Leon, who's listening from the Greenacres Caravan Park in Brisbane. Good to have you on board as well. Damien says, I'm driving back to the farm from Freo and the wind is ferocious. If someone gets a kick, it might be like the good old days of John Duckworth offloading from the centre square to the goals at Leederville Oval for West Perth. It is blustery, have no doubt, Damien. A couple of people suggesting about... is there a Langdon out there tonight? No? Well, there is for Carl Langdon for West Coast doing MC work, but there's a Kyle Langford for the Bombers. Why take the flags down, says John. I can't give you an answer, but they're certainly not on the southern wing. But Jeff from Safety Bay, who's in the ground, says there are flags here at Optus, but the problem is they're all on the stands above us on the northern wing, the commentary wing, so we can't see them. Again, we can't actually tell you which way they're going, but blustery around as we see more rubbish escape the stands and just make its way out onto Perth Stadium. They've done a good job, a number of people just walking around collecting all the little bits of detritus that's around the place. Harley Reid is a gun, says one of our correspondents. Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. And Rick from Margaret River, who's always good enough to text us. Great call, entertaining, crazy conditions. Isn't it cool when one team is doing so well, brackets Freo, that you can sincerely barrack for the Eagles? Many thanks. Thanks very much, Rick, for getting in touch with us. And always like to see the letters roll in as well that you like to send us in the ABC Sports Department. The numbers are in front of Mitch Turner. The one that matters most is that the Eagles are up by 20 points. What else do they tell us, Mitch?
The team stats, the Bombers have had the ball more. They have 186 disposals to West Coast 184. The contested possession count is 71-68 in favour of the visitors as well. The disposal efficiency, maybe that's where the big difference is. The Eagles are going at 80% in these conditions, which is pretty remarkable. Essendon at 69%. The clearance count, the Bombers smashing West Coast in that area. West Coast have been very good in the clearances of recent times, but they are down 11 their way, 24 to the Bombers. Tackle count, the Bombers ahead 31-27. Inside 50s, 29-20. The Eagles' way, marks inside 50s as well, 8-2. The hit-out count, 21-11. The way of the Bombers, individually, Liam Baker, 18 disposals, leads all comers on the ground. Tim Kelly has 17 touches to go with 2 clearances. Harley Reid, 14 disposals, 9 of those contested, 3 clearances and a goal. 11 for Tyler Young and for Beau Allen. For the Bombers, Darcy Parish, he has 14. So does Elijah Sardis, which will bring joy to many Bombers fans. He has 4 inside 50s as well. Will Setterfield also 14 touches. Roberts 13. Merritt has 12. As he said, Clint Wilden, the main stat is the score, and that is going the way of the home side West Coast by 20 points at the main break.
We pumped up Bailey J. Williams before the game, and he's taken a few good marks along the way. But have you assessed his performance other than that around the grounds tonight? Because Brian's had hit-outs, 19-6 over him, and he's had 6 hit-outs to advantage as well, Brian.
Yeah, he's probably lowered his colours to Brian in this first half. Hasn't been a great duel. As we saw that last one on that half-time siren, but from a hit-out point of view, Brian certainly up in that area. They just haven't converted with the opportunities of what they've been able to do through first possession to clearance and be effective with their clearances too, so that they can score from. That's been the biggest downfall with Essendon right now. So it's okay to hit them, but can you effectively score? But yeah, he probably hasn't hit the heights of probably what he has in the last few weeks. Good opportunity this second half to try and stamp his authority as a big man on the ground.
Some of these Essendon boys have just got some of them don't. I don't think they've realised it yet. With the change over the coach, they're fighting for their lives. Like Gresham's missed from directly in front pretty much. Well, I mean, that's inexcusable for a guy that good. Just put it on your left and snap it back in the other way. And he's had 2 chances in 30 seconds and he can get nothing from it. Bryant gives him a little bit round the ground, but, Mackay, just roll your sleeves up, mate, and give him something. Clear a path for these younger blokes. But, I mean, if you were to look at the game, it's not, as we said, it's not a great game of footy, but no one from Essendon, to me, is standing out like they're grabbing it. Well, we can say Tim Kelly's been good, Harley's been good. He's only had 6-7 touches, but he's been bustering his way through. You can see some good players at West Coast, but I can't say who from Essendon has really stood out that's trying to grab the game by the scruff of the neck.
Looking for their second win of the year. They're stuck on the bottom of the ladder. They've got a new coach for the moment. Dean Solomon coming in. Of course, spent most of his time as a player at the Bombers. He's taken over after Brad Scott was shown the door on Tuesday. Can we get the new coach bounce from Essendon? And will the Eagles be able to hang on to this half-time lead and pick up their 4th win of the year? 16th versus 18th. The conditions have been inclement. The 4 points would mean oh so much to both groups of fans. Let's find out how the second half unfolds. Mitch Turner with you.
I just took my eyes off it here. Gone to ground in the forward 50 is Milan Murdoch before the ball has been bounced, and there was a scrap on. Now, Milan Murdoch went to Archie Roberts and was playing the defensive role. They were getting into each other in the forward 50. I'm not sure if you just saw the replay there, Clint. I looked away to look at the ball tossed up, and the next thing I know, Milan Murdoch was on the ground as the scuffle continues. He'll get the free kick directly out 45 metres in front of goal.
Then the kick's against Pryor.
He is playing with the jaw a little bit and the shoulder.
It's almost like he was trying to tackle the Bomber player, and as he sort of dropped down, copped one in the back of the neck. The Essendon player's boot, but you're right.
He was trying to get to Roberts, and he copped one from behind.
From Pryor.
Milan Murdoch directly in front. Pryor stands the mark. Murdoch will kick from just inside 50. He sends the ball on its way. He sends it through the goals. Milan Murdoch has his second. And he who laughs the loudest. Milan Murdoch will take the points in that battle. The Eagles with the first goal of the third quarter. Technically, it took 7 seconds by the time on was played. The free kick given before the ball was thrown in the air. And the Eagles are out to a 26-point lead, 6-6-42, Essendon 2-4-16. What a way to start the second half.
Great start. Without the ball being bounced. I think he's had the job all day. A couple of times he hasn't rotated with him. Yeah, it's a push.
Yeah, so Pryor has shoved Murdoch in the back, and as he's fallen forward, he's actually been accidentally kicked by Roberts in the back of the head. But it's the free kick has gone the way of Pryor for the shove. Meantime, we're back in the middle of the restart. Trying to take it away was Harley Reid. Got wrapped up. Strong tackle came from Roby. Ball up. Just forward. The Eagles attacking half. Throwing up. Bailey Williams won it down. Ball pinballs around. Willem Dersma got there. Gave it to Duggan. Kicked straight into traffic. Parrish was able to work it away to Perkins. Back to Parrish. Then on into the Bryan for the Bombers. Kicked up into the air. No mark taken. Daywicks tried to drag it in. Couldn't. Here again, the Eagles have it through Dersma, then to Duggan. Threw it on the boot. It was touched on the way up. Waiting underneath it, Bryan. Scooping onto it, Roberts. Umpire spotted a free kick here for a push. It's going the way of the Eagles. It's going back to Baker, who's got it in the centre circles. He gets told to play on. He'll drive it down the middle towards full forward. Blackiston at the back, dropped it, had time to regather. Tackled by Waterman. Lost possession of the football. That'll be holding the ball. Great effort from Jake Waterman. Just as the Bomber thought he was about to get away, Waterman followed up, wrapped up Blackiston, and he can have a shot deep in the right forward pocket. He elects to play on immediately, gave it back to Murdoch, and in fine fashion, he's going to have to go back and take his kick again. Murdoch put it through the middle of the big sticks. Elegantly done, but instead, Waterman's been said, nope, you'll be taking your free kick when we tell you can take your free kick. He actually taps his wrist as if to say, we got the watch going again now? Jake Waterman from left full forward looks to steer it around and has missed, putting it across the face. Minor score, 6-7-43. That's West Coast. Essendon 2-4-16, opening 3 minutes of the third.
Speaking of clocks, the Champion Data count-up clock does not match the counts-up clock on the scoreboard at the moment. Long kick in, off hands. Marrick takes it for the Eagles. Hopefully it goes out of bounds. It doesn't. I'll explain it later. Marrick receives it again for West Coast. Handball back to Duggan. Kick inside the forward 50. Waterman had two grabs at it. Couldn't take the mark. Cole Rose it. Can he drag it back in? No, it hits the behind post. And it'll be a boundary throw-in. So 3:26 gone on my clock here. 4:11 gone. So they started it when that free kick was paid, but there was no time on yet when Milan Murdoch won that free kick, so they actually don't match. They're about 40 seconds out, whether that matters or not. Ball tossed back in. Bailey Williams tapped to the front. Milan Murdoch tackled by Merritt. Got a handball towards Hoff. Back towards the Eagles in Murdoch. It's ripped away by Yo. He's tackled by a couple of Bombers.
Timing controversy in the AFL. Who'd have thought that of late?
Who would have thought? At least it's... I think the Champion Data one is accurate. There's a free kick from the restart going the way of the Eagles, and Bailey J. Williams will win the free kick. It's going against Nick Bryan. Umpire kind of signalled that he was blocking him out of the ruck contest. He needs to have a clear run. Watching the replay. I mean,
there's a hold, or is he?
It's for blocking. He never allowed him to run into the contest.
Stiff arm.
Technically, it's probably there. Bailey Williams, set shot, puts it through the middle. And the Eagles are just starting to open up a decent-sized gap here at Perth Stadium. 7-7-49 West Coast, Essendon 2-4-16. Almost 5 minutes played in this third term. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Akash Fodadar is downstairs.
Just on that free kick, Mitch, I believe Razor Ray told us an extra time a few weeks back that if you do what Bryan did there, you have to touch the ball, and that's, I think, why the free kick was there, because he didn't get a hand on the ball.
I just wondered if they both started too far away for the umpire threw it up, so...
Well, we discussed Bailey
Williams. Or was it a bad throw?
Yeah. Discussed him at half-time, and he's come out firing. He's played a part in the early clearances and hit the scoreboard, so that's one way to fire back at your opponent.
Throw was pretty good within the replay. He just kind of boxed him out of the way and didn't get back to it. So free kick is there.
Stiff arm, stayed in his position, didn't attempt to get to the football at all.
I was just wondering if it was a bad throw. It wasn't.
Back in the middle, he goes. Williams gets the tap. Couldn't get it away cleanly to the Eagles. Sarnas was able to move it out to Merritt. Kick the Bombers forward towards centre half forward. McCarthy back there by hand to Marrick. Oh, his hand pass behind Bazzo. Danger times here. Bombers through Perkins. Spun away from Kelly first time. Got him the second, holding the ball. He spun right, left Kelly in his wake, and then spun back into the middle, and Kelly got him. And he uses the ball quickly out to Young at right half back. Comes towards the wing to Johnson. Back to Young for the Eagles. The kick was perfectly weighted to Shanahan over the back. He marks it right half forward. Stabs it inside forward 50. Dersma marks. 47 from goal. Tighter than a 45-degree angle to the right. He wanted to move it on and nothing presented. Congested forward 50 for West Coast.
He's got this, I reckon. He's just got to lean it in on the left-hand goalpost.
The breeze is behind him, kicking to the city end of Perth Stadium, to the right of our broadcast position. Looking for a sixth unanswered goal for the Eagles. Dersma from bang on 50 starts it out to the left. He's weighted it beautifully and curled back between the big sticks. Raises the arms to celebrate. And Willem Dersma makes it 6 unanswered goals for West Coast. Their lead blown out to 39 points at the 7-minute mark of the third. 8-7-55 West Coast. Essendon 2-4-16. We've gone 7.5 minutes, as I said, in the third term.
Lost a bit of fight here, Essendon.
Yeah, I was about to say, if body language is any indicator, they don't look great out there.
So 7 minutes in, 8 minutes in, only touched the footy 10 times. Started with Tim Kelly there. He's had a good game, Tim Kelly.
Yeah, he
Great
has.
tackle in the back half. Set the movement going. Just transitioned it nicely down.
It's been a bad week for the football club. It's turning into a close one right now. If they don't fire a shot here, Essendon from the middle, Bailey J. Williams rose high, tapped out in front of Reed. Roby got there first, handball back, turned over the way of the Eagles. Dersma kick inside 50. Blackiston got first hands to it, couldn't mark it. Now follows up, it ricochets off hands. Goes out of bounds, just inside the 50, right half forward for the West Coast Eagles. Momentum certainly going their way at the moment. Up by 39 points. Ball tossed in. Bryan edged Williams out of it. Handball across to Blackiston. Kick up the wing. Young in position 1A takes the mark. Got a lot of attention from Edwards. Probably unlucky not to get a 50 in the end. He goes short to Dersma, who spears a kick inside forward 50. Too low for Bailey Williams. Gets all the way out the back, and Zach Reed gathers and is happy to be ushered across the line. Joe Shanahan made it look like he was keeping it in. He had no interest in keeping that ball in. Zach Reed, the ball will be tossed in right forward pocket for the Eagles.
Boundary umpire unfurls. Bryan front position, won it down. Shark by Murdoch, though, immediately threw it on the boot. Didn't have the carry or the accuracy. Offline, marked by the Bombers on the behind line. Roby and sent it towards right half back, and it's across the boundary line for a throw-in. Rain is dissipated again for the moment. 10 minutes into the third. Eagles 8-7, Bombers 2-4. Throwing in again. Here comes Merritt bringing it away. Just arched the back to escape the Willem Dersma tackle. Kick bounces in the centre square. Marrick has got a bit of a task here against Cox. Marrick does well. He's able to gather and then stabs the ball onto the chest of Johnston. That was well done. He marks on the commentary wing, hands it back to Marrick. Sweeping hand pass forward to Dersma. Hand pass again on to Allen. Kicks the Eagles into the right forward pocket. 2-on-2 battle. Bringing it down, there was Reed for the Bombers. Under pressure. Pryor up against the boundary line. Hand pass meant for Blackiston. Roberts picked it up, met by 3 Eagles. Lost the footy. Johnson tried to get it away. He's tackled over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. 30 out from the Eagles attacking goal at the city end of Perth Stadium. West Coast lead by 39 points. 10 gone into the third.
They haven't scored, the Bombers, since the 18-minute mark of the second quarter, which was a behind to Jackson Pryor. Ball spun in again, off hands to the front. Blackiston follows up with a handball to Merritt across to Roberts. Clever little kick outside. Defensive 50, and Caddy out to meet it, takes the mark. Under a lot of pressure. Caddy kicks a dangerous ball inside the middle of his defensive 50. Langford took it on the run, just bombed it on his boot towards half forward. Bad bounce for Bazzo. Ricochets, though, off the leg of Gresham, back the way of the Eagles. Bazzo can clean up. Handball to Tyler Young. Kicks a high one out in front of Harley Reid. Dropping in front is Caddy. He's able to kick the ball away from the Eagles star, and eventually is ushered out of bounds.
Great contest for Harley. He was 1 on 3 there. Just had to halve it, and he did. And they're just doing the little things really well here, West Coast.
Eagles fans loved it too. Spattering of applause from that section of the crowd as the ball is spun back in right in front of the two benches. Jack Williams to the front. Tapped it down to Harvey Johnson. Good tackle by Saad Al-Houli. Grabbed him. Ball came out very late. Umpire allowed it to go on for a long time. It was Willem Dersma who extracted it. His high kick, though, falls into the arms of the Bombers. Setterfield has it. Centre half back. Goes wide to Langford. Margin 39 points. Third term here Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Langford to Merritt for the Bombers towards left half forward. Ball goes over the top of Caddy. He turns to try to gather. Bounces off Young. And takes the footy over the boundary line for a throw-in. 55 out from the Bombers' attacking goal. To the Farmer Freeway end. Essendon kicking in this the third term. They haven't kicked a major since the 9-minute mark of the second. Thrown in. High with probably the more telling tap. Spill down to Langford. Looking to go back by hand again. Goes through Sardis and then on to Roberts. That kicks out of bounds on the full. Oh, Young takes it immediately by sending it back into the right back pocket for West Coast. Basso will mark. He'll move it up the corridor to Hoff. Still in his back 50. Hoff has the ability to take a couple of steps before he's challenged and kick towards the commentary wing. Mackay up against Williams. Mackay drags it down. No mark pay. They hand pass it around through Langford. Then to Roberts. Moving it back by hand again. Kondogianasis moves it again to Perkins. Switches play to the right back pocket. Here's Zach Reed. Plays it on to Farrow by foot, who marks it right half back.
Wind has picked up again. You can almost feel the box shaking. Farrow, only a good user of the footy, kicks it down the southern side in the middle of the pack. Jinby just too strong. Takes the mark. Everyone falls to ground. He stands tall, plays on. Dangerous kick inside the corridor to Dersma. Marked under pressure from Merritt. Now wants to complete the switch. Not his best kick, but manages to find Hoff beyond right half back. Hoff changes the angle back inside by hand. It's a Bazzo who comes back out to Kelly on the logo on the northern wing. Goes short to Jack Williams. On the point of the centre square. Williams sends it inside the forward 50. Waterman to the back. Takes the mark. Plays on and rolls it through. Oh, he was making sure of that one, Jakey Waterman. His second goal of the game. The Eagles have now kicked 7 unanswered goals. And the margin is out to 45 points. They're not waving red and black scarves today, the Bombers. They're waving white flags at the moment. 14 minutes gone. Third term, Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Too easy transition there. Great mark by Ruben Jimmy, who's played very well this evening, hasn't he? You know, his intercept game's very strong. But just about to shift the footy, but then just moved their way through the Essendon defence at ease.
First time that one of the key forwards has read it over the back. It's just been going there all night. Just outsmarted him and got a Joe the Goose.
Eagles fans enjoying what they're watching at the moment. Right, Jack Williams got the fingertip touch. Mackay tries to take it off the ground though. Stolen away by Roby. We'll throw it on the boot for the Bombers, but it's met by Champion going the other way. Hand pass to Yo. Got away from Parrish. Not a great hand pass. Mackay almost gathered. Allen is able to pick it up for West Coast. Manufactures a hand pass to Waterman inside forward 50. He got tackled by Blackiston. Got the hand pass out again though to Bo Allen. Crunched. Hand pass again though to Dersma. Willem Dersma tackled by El-Houli. Taken to ground. Ball up about 35 out from the Eagles' attacking goal. Just kept finding a way to work it forward in the tough conditions and despite the Bombers' pressure. Another ruck were able to get to it. I think there should be a free kick for a holding decision. It will be here towards Mackay. It's against Jack Williams. Ben Mackay will flare it out to Xavier Dersma in the right back pocket. He'll kick in the direction of Day Wicks. Goes to ground in the battle against Allen. Will spill out towards centre wing. Picked up by McCarthy of the Eagles. Hands it off to Bo Allen again. Works his way on a manufacturing kick to Young. It's just far enough to be a mark. He has it on the logo southern side and steers it into the centre square where it's taken by Lindsay.
Lindsay, one of these first round picks for the Eagles out there today. Goes down to his skipper, his mentor in Liam Duggan. Comes wider further even to Hamish Davis, who's had a good month of footy. Hamish Davis kicks up towards half forward. Too hot for both Dersmers side by side. Neither of the brothers got a hand on it. Comes the way of Parrish. He's tackled. Umpire says he threw it. One of those curious ones where the closest umpire says he didn't and the furthest umpire said he did. Free kick to the Eagles. Kick out in the path of Tom McCarthy. Runs in. Kicks on goal. Tom McCarthy kicks his first in AFL football. The mid-season recruit. He saw an opportunity, he snuck forward, and he just had to make sure of it. Don't worry about the umpire signalling goal. He had two arms in the air. He told everyone it was going straight through, and every Eagle on the ground comes to him and gets around him. The Eagles have kicked 8 unanswered goals. It's an absolute rout. 51 points is the margin. 10-7-67 to the Bombers. 2-4-16. They haven't scored in almost exactly a quarter of footy. The 18-minute mark of the second term is the last time the Bombers scored anything.
Another tackle by Milan Murdoch in the front half.
And if I'm not mistaken, Tom McCarthy's debut was around this time last year.
Ball back. Restart again. They'll come surging through the Eagles. Reid has it, thumps it long, has it carried over the top for a goal. Now, the opposite reading, Zach, was saying that he got a touch. What will the umpires say? We're going to send it upstairs. I think it was touch.
Review complete. Looking at this angle, we can see the ball's touched by the right hand of the Essendon defender. Decision on the scoreboard.
Well done to the arc. They got that right, and they got it quickly. Immediately, you can see. Taking the fingertips of Reid on the way through. That's Zach. So behind on the scoreboard. 10-8-68, the Eagles. 2-4-16, the Bombers. 52 points, the Eagles lead by.
Will be brought back into play. Farrow goes short, or it's Pryor on this occasion. Short to Zach Reid. Marks in the left back pocket. A short inboard to Xavier Dersmer. Of course, Tom McCarthy was the mid-season pick last year for the Eagles, so exactly a year since he joined the club. Gets his first goal now. Dersmer kicks it out towards half-back. O'Hooley marks between a couple of Eagles. Played on, took a bounce, lost it. Then got it back, went short to Edwards. Run down by Harley Reid. Don't know how he got rid of the ball. Umpire said play on. Reid goes back and gets it. Goes short to Champion. It takes the mark under pressure. Harley Reid is just everywhere today. Goes short inboard, does Champion to Young. Umpire said not 15. Handballs back to Bazzo. High kick towards right half forward. Shanahan worked underneath it. Champion overran it. Farrow got it for the Bombers. Handball over the top to Archie Roberts. Inboard to Roby. Handball further afield to Perkins. Kick inside, punched away by Hoff. Allows Young to get there for West Coast. Can handball into the centre square to Cole. They're running across the middle of Perth Stadium laterally. Jinby out in front of McCarthy, the goal kicker. Has time to gather. Chips over the top to Bo Allen. He can play on if he wants. Marks 60 out from goal. Goes into the pocket. Yo. Leading up. Takes it on the chest. It's not quite a training drill, but I tell you what, they had about 2 minutes where they lifted the intensity there, Essendon, and they've completely dropped it off again.
Yeah, it certainly has.
It's embarrassing.
Biggest problem we got, though, is finding 3-2-1 at the end of the game. Even Tyler Young's having playing some sort of game at full-back.
Elliot Yeo to make it 9 straight goals. 9 in a row for the Eagles. Elliot Yeo kicks on goal. It is across the face. And for now, there is a little less pain inflicted on Essendon. Score. And the margin is 53 points. 10-9-69 the Eagles. 2-4-16 the Bombers. 20 minutes played in the third term.
And the Bombers still scoreless in this quarter. They bring the ball into the middle of the ground. Dersmer sweeping it forward out to Sardis at right half forward. He just throws it on the boot and hopes for the best. It'll bounce at right full forward. Young got back there. Good 2 or 3 metres in front of any Bomber. Moved it to Jimby, kick towards left half-back. Yo waited. Xavier Dersma didn't. Won it down for Essendon. Worked it in towards Pryor, and the kick back inboard into the right forward pocket was disappointing. McCarthy, though, has given away a free kick. It's coming here for King. I beg your pardon. It's coming here for Mackay. And you'll have the ball in the right forward pocket. Was it Bazzo? I beg your pardon.
Yeah, there wasn't much in it, but got to give him something.
Well, Ben Mackay with an opportunity to kick the Bombers' first goal since the 9-minute mark of the second term. Mackay with the free kick steers it through for Essendon. Ends a run of 8 unanswered goals by West Coast. Ben Mackay with his first of the season and just the second of his career. Essendon 3-4-22. The Eagles are 10-9-69. 23 gone in the third. And interesting, big group of Bomber supporters behind the goals with the signs held up. Bring back Herd.
It's his first goal as a Bomber, too. Ben Mackay. He kicked one before, so...
That was it. North Melbourne in his 71 games there.
Bring back Herd.
Well, pardon me, James Herd wouldn't have done anything here tonight. It doesn't matter who's coaching. They got so many injuries. They've got a key forward going down, so they're one short. They're just avoiding anything at the moment. So don't put this on Dean Solomon.
Bring back anyone you want. The way they're playing tonight, nothing will change. As Chris Waterman says, from the middle, Bailey Williams slaps it forward. Stolen by Setterfield. Tackled, coughed it up. Harley Reid on hands and knees. Called for a throw. Tough decisions going the way of the Bombers. Sardis takes advantage. Kicks up towards right half forward for Essendon. Leading the way back is Tom McCarthy. Thought about going out the southern side. Instead spins around and hits Ryan Marrick at right half back. Down the northern wing they go. Kelly Marks plays on. Kicks up towards Yo. Bigger and stronger than Roberts. He can't get a hand on the ball. It goes out of bounds. Be a last disposal going the way of the Bombers and Archer Roberts. The margin still sitting at 47 points into time on here in the third term.
Parrish gives it back to Roberts. Kicks to Roby. The Rising Star nominations this year for the Bombers. And he'll send the kick out towards Cox, who marks it right half forward. Xavier Dersma running by from 52 out. He spots Caddy all alone in the right forward pocket, and he marks. It'll be a tight angle. We're putting boot to ball from about 20 out, but only 3 or 4 metres in from the boundary line as he tries to kick back-to-back goals for the Bombers.
Well, the younger participants who are at Essendon got the ball and decided not to handball. Well, we can kick it long and get some yardage.
Yeah, hit corridor, get to the open side.
Nate Caddy has missed, putting it across the face. He misses left. 3-5-23 Essendon, 10-9-69 the Eagles, 25 gone in the third. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sports.
All brought back into play by the Eagles. A couple of footies on the ground again. A little flick off the field by the umpire. Marrick has it though. Right half back to the Eagles. Chips it back. Inside his own defensive 50 to Tyler Young. Retreats again by a foot to the goal square. And Josh Lindsay has the bright green fluoro boots on, which really do stand out in a night game. Able to go out the outer side to Brady Hoff. Starting to win plenty of the ball himself now, Hoff, as he kicks a long ball up the wing. Big pack forms Blackiston over the top. Couldn't take the mark. At ground level comes the way of the Bombers. Parrish inboard to Gresham. On to Sardis. Merritt's kick smothered by Duggan. Falls to Cox. Taken high by the Eagles co-captain. Eagles fans aren't happy. It takes a fair bit to get Cox high. He's a big man. Wins the free kick. Plays on Nick Cox into the pocket. Caddy. Early body work. Does he take the mark? No. Almost held on to it. He did everything but take the mark in the end, Nate Caddy. He's got to be a special player. Today's been a tough day for him. Ball's going to be tossed in left forward pocket for the Bombers.
Still chasing back-to-back goals for the first time in the game. The Bombers, just their fourth. It was tapped back in by Bryan. Gave it to Parrish, back to Bryan. Kicked into traffic. Tapped away by the Eagles towards the boundary line. Basso got his hand on it. Baker was happy enough to shepherd it across. Throw in left full forward for Essendon. They're at the Farmer Freeway end of Perth Stadium to the left of our broadcast position. It's where their fans are camped, hoping for another major. Williams palms it down for West Coast, straight into traffic, not coming out of there. Lindsay was wrapped up immediately. Umpire throws it up again. Williams palmed it down once more. Scooped up here by Allen. Got it onto Harley Reid, who threw it on the boot and has kicked it out of bounds on the full. The outside of the right boot. Free kick here for the Bombers. Merritt will take it. 51 out from goal. Stabs it inside forward 50. It was well worked. Despite the diving effort of Willem Dersma, it found its way through to Parrish. And he's marked for Essendon.
The leading lane there for Parrish to be able to move up into. Didn't quite defend that well enough, West Coast.
Looking for back-to-back majors for the Bombers here. Darcy Parrish doesn't have the drive on the kick he would have been hoping for. It's fallen short. Marrick takes the mark. Caddy was appealing that he was being held. Umpire was right there, wasn't interested. Marrick's going to just trot into the right back pocket and then kick long and high beyond defensive 50. The ball held up in the breeze. You could see it drop immediately. Bombers had the numbers, but then Cole has taken his opponent high. I thought that should have been a free kick. Umpire said, no, we're going to throw it in. If I was Kondoji Arnis, I'd be a little bit unhappy with that. In the end, it's going to go you're throwing instead. Left half forward for Essendon.
Ryan and Williams, Bailey, they wrestle. Comes off hands to Cox. Scrambles a high kick inside forward 50. No mark taken by Waterman back there. Off hands comes to the Bombers. Daywick's around the body. He snaps another goal, his second. The Bombers showing some signs of life, but it is already late in the third. Feels too little too late. The margin's back to 40 points. 4-5-29 the Bombers. The Eagles at 10-9-69. Margin 40 points. 28 minutes gone, third term. Mitch Turner alongside Clint Wheeldon here for ABC Sport. Our experts, Brownlow medalist Shane Woden, two-time premiership player Chris Waterman.
Good by Caddy again. And he's acting as the number one man. You'd love him to be the number 3, wouldn't you, in that front half?
While he's developing, yeah.
While he's developing. He's going to be, you're right, he's going to be a very good talent. Just needs a bit of support.
It was flat at the moment, this game, doesn't it? The Eagles have controlled it. The Bombers are kicking a couple. Feels like 16 v 18 on a Sunday night.
That's exactly right. Normally the weather conditions are a bit better in the west, though, as Roby got it away to centre field, kick up in the air and finds Merritt. Good mark in a pack. Drives it inside forward 50. Spills into the left forward pocket. Caddy's got 2 to beat. Chindy's done well. Had some support from Marrick, but picked it up and kicked it back down the line. Langford will be paid the mark here. Knocked out of his grasp, but had enough purchase on it. Almost looking to finish off this quarter a little bit better than they started. The lead got out at one stage to 53 points. It's back to a 40-point margin. As we close in on three-quarter time. Parrish, where's that going? Not sure who he was hoping to hit there. Went over the top of Perkins by some measure. So the lasso rule, Cole can take a bounce and move it back into play. Gives it to Harley Reid. Surrounded by Bombers, sold some candy and got it back to Cole. Merritt didn't give up. Won the spoil down off the Cole kick. Went back by hand and Cole has effected a terrific tackle. Wrapped up his opponent, took him to ground. Kondogiannis. He wins the free kick for holding the ball, and then Cole decides to go back to the logo on the northern wing where Waterman will mark.
Still playing behind the footy, Jake Waterman. Called to play on. Kicks inside the forward 50. Shanahan the target over the back. Bailey Williams couldn't mark. Harley Reid rows it, snaps it from the pocket. He couldn't possibly have done that. That would have been too much for everyone to handle. It's a minor score to the near side. 10-10-70 West Coast. 4-5-29 Essendon. About 90 seconds remaining in this third term.
Bombers, they got something left. A long kick out towards El Houli. Marks and plays on and then lost his footing as he tried to get a kick away, which allowed the ball to bounce its way through to McCarthy of the Eagles, and then he gave it to Baker. Moves it short to Jack Williams. He's between centre wing and left half forward southern side. He gets told he has to play on. trundles inboard and then kicks in the direction of Hoff, who flew underneath it. Shanahan couldn't mark. It's off hands. Farrow sees it across the boundary line. It'll be a throw in about 30 out from the Eagles' goal. Harley Reid's had 19 disposals, 11 contested, 1 goal, 3 and 7 score involvements. Immediately wants to find someone to wrestle as the ball's put back into play. Ali J won it down, only as far as Parrish though. Got it to centre field of the Bomber. Kicked it out towards Gresham with Roby. That's a great hand pass to Merritt. Swept it back to Perkins, then to Roby again, to Merritt once more. Beautiful hand passing here from the Bombers to Langford. Comes again to Perkins. Kicks towards right half forward. Caddy stretches, can't mark. Hit the deck. Going back there, the Eagles can mop up through Bazzo and then Waterman, who's been sent back. And he'll move it short to Lindsay.
Down the far side, the Eagles go. Short kick now from Lindsay to Duggan. They might just be content with taking time off the clock here, Eagles. Seconds are ticking down. If they want to score, they better go quickly. Long kick up to left half forward, over the back, almost marked by Harley Reid. Spits out the Bombers' way to their favour in their defensive 50, though. Kondo Giannis takes it, handballs to Pryor. He takes a bounce running across the defensive 50, kicks it out towards the northern wing, and that'll do it for the third quarter. 5 goals to 2 in that third term in favour of the Eagles, the home side. We're in their WA Day kit on the long weekend out here in the West. It's the Eagles who lead the Bombers by 41 points at the final change.
They've had 8 different goal kickers, West Coast. Waterman's got a couple, so too Murdoch, and singles to Willem Dersma, Harley Reid, McCarthy, Johnston, Williams and Shanahan. While for the Bombers, 2 to Archer Day Wicks and singles to Cox and to Mackay. Essendon at the moment staring down the barrel of kicking what will be their lowest score of the season right now as last week. 56 points they kick them at the moment. They've only got 29 on the board. 4-5 plays 10-10. West Coast, as you heard from Mitch, up by 41. The result earlier today from the Alice, the Giants by 49 points over Melbourne, 19-5 to 9-16. There's a quarter to come here at Perth Stadium. We'll hear from our experts shortly, Chris Waterman, and alongside him, Shane Woden. On ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen, this is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Get your documentary fix on ABC iView.
We have an industry that is just running riot.
Like Sean McAuliffe's Going for Broke.
Last win, come on.
Todd Sampson's Why.
The best things in life are on the other side of fear.
And more. Streaming now on ABC iView.
This is the 2026 AFL Premiership season with ABC Sport.
Gone to ground in the forward 50 is Milan Murdoch before the ball has been bounced, and there was a scrap on. Milan Murdoch went to Archie Roberts and was playing the defensive role. They were getting into each other. Milan Murdoch was on the ground as the scuffle continues. He'll get the free kick. Milan Murdoch directly in front. Pryor stands the mark. Murdoch will kick from just inside 50. He sends the ball on its way. He sends it through the goals. Milan Murdoch has his second, and he who laughs last the loudest. Milan Murdoch will take the points in that battle.
Comes towards the wing to Johnson, back to Young for the Eagles. The kick was perfectly weighted to Shanahan over the back. He marks it right half forward, stabs it inside forward 50. Dersma marks. 47 from goal. Looking for a 6th unanswered goal for the Eagles. Dersma from bang on 50 starts it out to the left. He's weighted it beautifully, curled back between the big sticks. Raises the arms to celebrate.
Kick out in the path of Tom McCarthy. Runs in, kicks on goal. Tom McCarthy kicks his first in AFL football. The mid-season recruit. He saw an opportunity. He snuck forward and he just had to make sure of it. The Eagles have kicked 8 unanswered goals.
Yo waited. Xavier Dersma didn't want it down for Essendon. Worked it indoors. Pryor and his kick back inboard to the right forward pocket was disappointing. McCarthy, though, has given away a free kick that's coming here for Mackay. Mackay with the free kick. Steers it through for Essendon. Ends a run of 8 unanswered goals by West Coast.
The AFL on ABC Sport.
On radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And ABC Listen.
1 quarter to play at Perth Stadium on Sunday footy on ABC Sport, and the Eagles will go into the final break over the Bombers by 41 points to the good. Let's get the thoughts of our experts Shane Woden and Chris Waterman.
Well, not much has changed since our comments during the third quarter that the hardest thing we've got to do is to pick the 3-2-1 at West Coast because they're all playing well. The first 10 or 12 minutes from Essendon in that third quarter was diabolical. At least they got something out of it at the end and hit the scoreboard. But, they're going, well, West Coast went through this for 3 years, so they're heading towards where West Coast have been, and good on West Coast for going back to the draft a couple of years ago, and they're starting to reap the rewards, but they've just got to keep their head here. And really, I don't know what you'd say if you were Andrew McQualter, but put your foot down is what the message should be, and make sure that you don't let them back off, because when you start stat padding, as some of them were there, I thought Essendon just opened the door for Essendon and let him get back in. So don't play your game, play our game.
Yeah, statistically for the quarter, arm wrestle bar a little bit of territory with inside 50s and 9 scoring shots. So they put it on the board, so they were more effective when they went inside 50. West Coast, it just feels like when Essendon look up, they've got nothing to kick to off half back. They've really compressed the ground from an offensive point of view, and because West Coast defend the ground really well, and they're sitting back shoulder and defending their back half, it's easy for them to win the ball back when Essendon will lift their eyes to be able to kick, and they've got nothing to be able to kick to. So I'd like to see them stretch the ground a bit and have the kick have something to kick to when they come presenting at each other. But at the moment, West Coast were all open that first 20 minutes. A little bit of respect on the scoreboard late, but it was a really poor quarter, I thought, by Essendon. But good opportunity for West Coast, as you said, Marty, to put a little bit of foot in the throat and try to have a really good win out of here and finish the game off really well.
Some of the numbers heading into the final term. The contested possessions are locked 100 apiece. Essendon, though, they've won the clearance count 36-17. Tackle count going the way of Essendon as well, 42-37. Inside 50 count, 45-28. The way of the Eagles. The hit-outs 21-26. Essendon lead that stat. Individually, Zach Merritt's up to 25 disposals. Just the one clearance. Darcy Parish, 23 touches. Roberts, 21. Sardis, 20. For the Eagles, Tyler Young and Liam Baker, they both have 21 disposals. Tim Kelly with 20. Harley Reid, he has 19 to go with 1 goal free. And Willem Dersman with 18 as well. The Eagles by 41 points.
And worth mentioning, Ruben Jinby, 14 disposals, but at 93% efficiency and 3 contested marks. Continues to have an outrageously good season. Williams wins it down to restart. Beginning of the final term, umpire spotted a free kick. It'll come the way of the Bombers here. Merritt was shoved into the ground. You'll have the free kick, still in the centre square. And another Bomber was knocked over out of all of that. It was Roberts. Meantime, it's been kicked towards centre half forward. No mark taken. Spills out to Harley Reid of the Eagles. Gave it to Hoff by hand to Williams. Back again here to Dersma. Stepped inside Merritt. Did that beautifully. You could hear the crowd's reaction. The hand pass wasn't as great. Miss McCarthy tapped in the direction of Gresham. Tried to work it onto Roby. It was stolen away again. Dersma once more with it. He finds Cole with a lovely kick at right half forward. Stabs it short to Murdoch. Plays on, wheels inside, kick into the right forward pocket. Wanted Waterman, couldn't quite get there. Yo at the back, hand pass was awry. Langford got in the way, and then he's been taken high by Waterman. He'll have the free kick for the Bombers deep in the left back pocket.
Bombers with possession. Long down the southern side goes Langford. Bit of a weird mood in the stadium here at the moment. Ball over the back. Baker there couldn't gather. Sardis could for the Bombers. Handball backwards to Edwards on the southern wing. Goes inboard to Roby. Takes the mark. Plays on looking for a handball runner. Gets one in Parish. Receives. Kicks a beautiful ball inside 50. Onto the chest of Hamish Davis from the Eagles. Placed him out like a leading forward there, did Darcy Parish. Davis chips one laterally 25 metres. Umpire says not 15. Called to play on. Going short to Harley Reid, who's taken high. The adjudication of 15 metres this round has been a very interesting one, as I'm sure Ed Wilden will chat with Ray Chamberlain about this week. The Eagles, in the meantime, chain the handballs, go forward. Dersma, left foot kick into the path of Jake Waterman, who takes it one-handed. What a showtime from the Eagles there. Dersma on the left. Waterman with one hand. Relaxing day.
Well, Cash said to us at half-time, Cash, if you're down there, that you've got no hope for kicking a goal from this pocket.
Cash could almost touch Jake Waterman here. Does he kick it from here, Cash?
I'm going to go against my own word and say yes, only because that's how well they're going at the moment.
Cash right behind this kick. Jake Waterman runs inboard, kicks from 40. The drop punt is fading across goal. Sneaks in for a minus score. 10-11-71. The West Coast Eagles, Essendon are 4-5-29, 42-point lead. Almost 3 minutes played in the final two.
Should have backed yourself a Cash as Blackiston takes it away from right half back. Lovely kick. Spilt by Caddy. Had time to gather. All he needs to move it on by hand to Edwards. Gathers it full forward. Bounces it along the ground and through for a goal. That was all too easy for the Bombers. 5-5-35 Essendon. The Eagles are 10-11-71. We travelled about 3 minutes into the final term. It all just opened up for the first time tonight. It was a simple case of just getting it on to Thomas Edwards. There was no way he was going to miss. Through for a goal.
Lockie Blackiston had no one around him within 50 metres from a kick in. So play on, get out the back.
There's an eerie sort of feeling at this ground, isn't there? It's just not, it's not normal.
The sting's gone out of it for one. The crowd feels restless. It's a long weekend here in the West, so a lot of these people have got a day off tomorrow. So everyone's in a bit of a weird mood. Bombers get one back through a local boy as well. Thomas Edwards out of Swan Districts gets the goal. Back in the middle, the Eagles win the clearance. Yo gets it to Dersma. Dangerous handball back inboard. Got it to McCarthy eventually. Gets it to Baker out in front of Young. Southern side, his handball. Couldn't quite hit Allen, who was able to go back and gather it. Loops one forward. Inboard to Murdoch. He handballs to Baker. It's on the edge of their seat. They're flying here, the Eagles. Inboard now to McCarthy. He gathers on the bounce. Goes out by foot to left half forward. Davis has a couple of options. Goes short to Yo. Yo marks 55 metres out. He wheels inboard, kicks inside the forward 50. Waterman marks on his chest. 20 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right. I think he kicks this one.
Surely. Tyler Young, the running back.
He's played well today, Young. It's been so easy for him.
That's all he's done tonight.
Tyler Young's had
the McCarthy role.
22 disposals for Tyler Young. Jake Waterman looking for his third goal. Trots in, skips in, kicks it through the middle. And he almost shakes his head as like, oh, that's what you're supposed to do, Jake. Kick the goals. He's done it plenty of times before. The Eagles now 11-11-77. The Bombers 5-5-35, 42-point margin restored. Waterman has his third. His favourite song goes up around the speakers, and that's getting a few people going. Plenty of scarves being waved now too. You look around the crowd, there are a lot of scarves being waved. It almost feels wrong with the week Essendon's had.
Dance music.
It is.
Chelsea Dagger had bad memories of this. I heard this ad nauseum after the 09 Cup final when I went to see Everton lose.
Who'd they lose to in 09?
Chelsea.
Oh, there you go.
That's right.
Could be worse. Could be an Arsenal fan who were happy for a week.
I'd take a bit of silverware. Take your pick, whatever it is. Be happy to lose the European Cup if I could win a league title.
Spoken like a true Everton supporter.
Got to know where you sit. Williams wins it down straight to Sadaslav, the Bombers. Hand pass forward. Dersma got in the way. Won it for the Eagles. Gave it off to Yo by hand. Out to the wing. Southern side to Kelly. Hand pass forward to Cole. Had to pick it up off the deck. His hand pass behind Allen. Had time to go back and gather. Tries to arch the back. Got away from Dersma. Xavier to right him and kicks in the direction of Yo. Diving backwards over his right shoulder. Marks. 48 from goal. Tough spot though. His kick will have to carry all of about 50, let's say 53, 54 metres. He'll start only 2 metres in from the boundary at right half forward. He's looking for an option, Yo. Instead, he just put it towards the teeth of goal. Big pack up. Great mark, Zach Reed. Middle of the pack, dragged it down. Fine defensive grab for the Bomber. 24-year-old. Every game so far this season, and then absolutely butchers the kick. Turning it straight over to Davis. He couldn't believe his luck, marking uncontested. He's at left half forward. And tells everyone that he's going to have a go at the big sticks. Just 2 goals in what is tonight a 20-game career. He's not going for the sticks. He'll set it up towards the top of the goal square. Pack up, it's off hands and over for a boundary throw-in at right full forward. The Eagles are 11-11-77. The Bombers are 5-5-35. 7 and a bit gone in the final term on ABC Local Radio, Sport Digital and streaming on ABC Listen. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport.
Bryant taps it down from the restart into the path of Blackiston. Handball to Zach Reed. Handball to Pryor. Now off to Langford. Running across the defensive goal square. Goes out by hand in the left back pocket to Xavier Dersma. Ran into trouble in the end. Good handball inboard to Bryan. They're under siege here, the Bombers. There's Flicky around by hand. Eventually a kick beyond defensive 50. Punched away from Mackay. Spilt to Perkins. And they turn it over the Eagles. Lindsay able to gather it and go to Jimmy. Kick all the way back to Tyler Young, who was pretty much the only player in the Eagles' defensive half. He's just standing beyond the 50. No one comes to him, so goes for a bit of a trot. Kicks up towards the right half forward, and Xavier Dersma takes the intercept mark. Goes inboard by a foot to centre half back where Setterfield can mark. Now they come to the northern wing. Not a great kick by Setterfield. He kicked it to a 2-on-1 against the Bombers. Alhouli did okay. Day-Wicks came in to support. They do lose it in the end. Weight of numbers was always going to win out. Lindsay able to gather for the Eagles. Goes short to Champion, who can go short to the middle of the wing. Centre wing on the northern side to Milan Murdoch. The Eagles by 42 points.
Murdoch has 2 goals tonight. Beautiful kick. He's able to find Shanahan, who somehow got free, and he marks it left half forward. 2 kicks from goal. And caress it back onto the chest of McCarthy. His first goal in AFL football tonight. McCarthy moving it on again. Out towards Lindsay. Kick inside forward 50, allowed to bounce, taken by Williams, got it to Johnson. Now to Murdoch again. He's got his third. Party time for the West Coast fans. They're on their way to a 4th win of 2026. The lead out to 48 points at the 10-minute mark of the final term. There could have been some nervous moments when the Bombers kicked 3 unanswered goals either side of three-quarter time. But the Eagles have responded. They've kicked the past 2. 12-11-83 now to 5-5-35. This is Sunday Footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Brownlow medalist Shane Woden, dual premiership player Chris Waterman.
Well, we might just send a message out to all our listeners that please start texting in your 3-2-1. Give me a wave of your hand here. It's topping and changing. There's a top 10 at the moment.
Democratic process here.
We need some listener input.
I don't mind it.
I watched Archie Roberts there for a minute, who had Milan up on here and just refused to play on him.
Ball back in the middle, tap down. They will take it away, the Bombers. Sardis. It's the handball across to Setterfield. Kick inside 50. Mackay couldn't mark. Knocks away from him. It spills to Perkins. Snap around the body. High towards the goal face. It's across the face. Bounces on its end and stays in. Snap around the body from Day-Wicks. He misses everything all the way across the face. Out of bounds on the full. He's saying he's finding the footy okay, but he's a little bit of work on the defensive side.
Opportunity to close the gap 15 metres. They hit Milan up on the centre wing here. Just refused to go to him.
Leading the AFL in disposals coming into this round is to Roberts, playing down back. Milan Murdoch's had that defensive role that he has held a few times this year. Did the job on Josh Dacos last week. Managed to restrict him to 18 touches. Ball back up in the air on the southern side. Duggan, handball misses Marek and misses him completely. Goes out of bounds, last disposal. Swing the lasso. Free kick to Darcy Parish, attacking side of the wing. They're just going to check and confer. They come together, boundary umpire and field umpire, and get back to the same result they had 10 seconds ago. So it is a free kick to the Bombers. Parrish will send it inside, forward 50, over the back, no mark taken. Mackay, ground level, Edwards couldn't take it. McCarthy could for West Coast. Handball to Kelly, who'll clear it outside defence of 50.
Heads towards right half back and juggled mark, not quite taken in by Jack Williams. But he was able to work it on to Murdoch, who shared it around with Hoff and then back to Murdoch. Kicks down the wing. Oh, clever little tap on Waterman. That was beautiful. Should be in the Champions League. To Cole, who kicked into the right forward pocket to Shanahan, who marks. Wow. Little through ball from Jake Waterman. Lovely, delicate touch. And they all know it too. The Eagles go to him. Waterman's got the broadest grin across his face. He knows that was pretty clever. Will it end up in a goal? Shanahan has one tonight. One of 5 rising stars out there in this match. He was the round 2 nomination. Kicks on its way. It's missing across the face. A minor score. The Eagles lead is 49 points. 12-12, 84 to 5-5-35. The Bombers, 13 gone in the last.
You teach him that one, did you, Muddy? A little through ball flick on?
Definitely not.
Free kick out for Essendon. Long kick to El Hooley. Gathers, plays on immediately. They go inside forward 50, the Bombers. Too hot for Caddy, has Young for company. Off hands, out of bounds. No, they'll pay a free kick for holding against Tyler Young. It'll go to Nate Caddy in the left forward pocket. I'm pretty sure I saw Liam Duggan run to Jake Waterman and mimic the PlayStation controller for the FIFA pass. I'm sure he did that, and hopefully we can ask someone after the game.
Triangle, isn't it?
Caddy runs around, snaps, and it is shallow to the goal line. Not a single bomber on the line. Liam Duggan just punches it through. Could have marked it, but thought he'd just reset things. It is a 49-point margin, 48-point margin the way of the Eagles. And yes, it is triangle if you're playing PlayStation. Clip.
Been a long time since I've played it, I'll be honest, Mitch, as the Eagles through Allen, kicks towards left half forward, trying to come out to it, not quite able to drag it in. Milan Murdoch, it's across the boundary line for a throw-in. Left half forward. Wasted many an evening in the old FIFA. And then I had children.
I still do, because I don't have children, so...
those days. Thrown back in, both rucks missed it. Mackay tapped it down through Roby, back to Mackay, to Cox, looked the hand pass it backwards, ends up in the hands of Farrow. Stepped one way, did really well, got past 2 Eagles, and then kicks towards the commentary wing. No mark taken there. Bazzo got pressured out of it, racing onto it. Gresham runs the right half forward, kicks to a one-on-one contest at full forward, going back. Third man there was Baker, gives away the free kick. It was Caddy up against Young. Baker flew, was involved and infringed in the marking contest according to the umpire. Caddy will get the free kick. Made contact across the face and got the arms as well.
Yeah, it's there.
Absolutely.
It was filthy that it was, wasn't he?
He was not happy about it. Nate Caddy steers it through for a goal. His first. He continues his run. Goals in consecutive games, out to 15 now for Nate Caddy. He kicks the Bombers 6th of the evening. 6-6-42 Essendon, 12-12-84 West Coast. The Eagles lead cut back to 42 points. 16 gone in the final term. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Sunday footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Chris Waterman and Shane Wowo.
A bit unlucky on the centre wing to fall into Gresham's hands. But he continues to work, Caddy. You know, for a young guy, he's got talent, but he actually works.
Needs a bit of
forward.
You're right. He's playing a lone hand down there.
Absolutely. Delivery hasn't been great all day. Like he'd love just to lead up and take a mark, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Like just fights for everything. Liam Baker complaining about the free kick. It was there, but.
It was there.
It seemed pretty obvious watching it live. There was a free kick to Caddy. Got steamrolled by a player who was nowhere near the ball. From the restart, Sardis tumbles one forward. Baker takes on the first tackler, takes on the second. He's tackled, and he's probably lucky he's not holding the ball there.
Well, that is holding the ball.
Because that was holding the ball.
The reason why we're laughing is Baker was so desperate to appeal to the umpire that there was nothing doing in that free kick beforehand.
He was lucky not to give one away there as well. Mackay from the Restart, tries to soccer it forward, only into the path of Tim Kelly. Handball to Marrick, he spills it. Now Hooley's all over him, stacks on inside the Bombers forward line. And they'll have a ball up 25 metres out, bang in the middle of the Bombers forward 50. First game under Dean Solomon, no Brad Scott. It'll be another loss for the Bombers as the ball is back in play. Tackled Hamish Davis. They will reset play again. Up in the air goes the yellow footy. Comes down. Players dive on. They'll reset. Clint.
See what comes of this, Mitch. And down here by Mackay. Spilled into the lap, though, of Davis. He was tackled immediately by Edwards. Ball up again. Thrown aloft. Mackay grabbed it down. Took clean possession. Kick bounced its way forward. In the direction of Caddy. Taken, though, by Ginby first. And he takes it across the boundary line for a throw-in. Left full forward. There'll be a crowd of 37,623. Which, to be frank, considering the conditions and West Coast's recent form, not a bad result at all. Big hand pass in the right back pocket for the Eagles. Eventually, Davis gets a kick away towards centre half back. Yo is over the top. Pressure came from Farrow. Cole goes in as well to help. Tapped it back to Yo. Got to his feet. Harley Reid was taken high, but got a hand pass out anyway. Umpire lets it play on. Waterman looked to tap it back. Gave it to Marrick. Now it's with Kelly on the southern wing to Cole and back to Kelly. He'll kick in the direction of right half forward, waiting for it. Shanahan. He marks up against Blackiston. Has it 70 from goal. Decides to play on by hand to Waterman. He'll pop it inside forward 50. Couldn't find it, teammate. Essendon will look to clear it away. Kondogiannis tried to tap it down. Still trying to come out here is Shanahan, and he's tackled again. Umpire says that's holding the ball. Eagles won't like it. No effort being made to get rid of it. Farrow will get firstly the free kick, and then he'll get 50 as well against West Coast, not returning the ball directly back to the player. Farrow will be brought into the middle of the ground. First 50-metre penalty of the game. 12-12-84 the Eagles, 6-6-42 the Bombers. 19 gone in the last.
Disposal 16 coming up for Jacob Farrow. Spins one inside the forward 50. Going back, Williams couldn't mark. Over the back, Caddy came out to meet it. Spilt it. Young again. Another disposal for him. Handball back to Bazzo. Tackled by Merritt. Umpire circling. Says that's okay. Merritt frustrated. Punches the turf.
And so he should be.
They'll ball it up, and it wasn't a huge amount of pride, but he did have the one-arm free, Bazzo.
Tried to fight it.
Up in the air, comes down. Kelly spilled it for the Eagles. Caddy over the top, ripped away by Ginby. He dragged the ball in. Doesn't matter. The umpire said he'll throw the ball up in the air. A bit of a mess this last quarter. Tossed high at the top of the Bombers' goal square. Parrish running through, couldn't gather. Edwards, clever handball out of nowhere over to Caddy. Snap over the shoulder, gets his second. I think it was just a handball in hope by Thomas Edwards. He just went over the shoulder and said, hopefully someone's there. It fell straight to Caddy. He snapped it from the top of the goal square. A nice goal out of congestion. The 7th for the Bombers, 7-6-48. The Eagles are 12-12-84. Margin back to semi-respectable 36 points, 20 minutes played in the final term. Shane Woden, Chris Waterman, a handball in hope.
Absolutely. Loves kicking over his head.
He does, doesn't he? Loves it. Flexible for a big man. It's 2 in a row for Nate.
We're getting any text messages in? The 321 hasn't got the easy.
No, there was someone who said 3 votes to Millard Murdoch because he traded him into his AFL fantasy team this week.
That's a great reason.
So that was from
Keep
Dom.
sending him.
Dom in Faulkner.
He's actually not a bad answer either.
Yeah.
He's been very good.
Had impact early and late. Bombers will get the clearance. Bryan gave it off to Setterfield. Kicked high up into the air to land just inside their forward 50. Young got fished to it. Oh, Marrick slipped over as he was about to gather. Baker went back to rescue him and he was tackled immediately. It's locked in. Inside forward 50 for the Bombers. Xavier Dersma wrapping up the Eagles co-captain. We're throwing aloft. 47 out from the Bombers' goal. Tap down here by Bryan. Came out though to Baker. The Eagles had it through Marrick. He gets a kick away into space on the southern wing. Getting there first, Roberts up against Cole. Bounced away of Roberts as he tapped it to his own advantage. Swept the hand pass back inboard. Hand pass to Kondogiannis. Looking to move it forward again, the Bombers. They have it out now with Perkins. Worked his way onto his right from left half forward. Kick towards full forward. Oh, my word. That is a great mark. Merritt dragging it in one-handed. Had 4 other players around him. Stuck out the left. Dragged it into his chest. That's a terrific grab at full forward. Just perfectly weighted. Merritt is right in front. The mark deserves a goal. And it's got one. The Bombers with their 8. They continue to make the margin look a little bit more respectable. The Eagles' lead is back to just 30 points. 22 and a half gone in the last. West Coast 12-12-84 to Essendon 8-6-54. This is Sunday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, great effort by Zach Merritt. They're entirely young, fluid, no influence. Just good composure on centre wing through their handball chain.
You sort of want this bloke on half back in the middle and playing half forward as well.
Zach Merritt, yeah. The only place you wouldn't put him is ruck. That's the only place you wouldn't have him.
He just used his smarts and read the flight of the ball really well.
Back in the media again this week, of course, with Brad Scott being sacked by the Bombers and then going on Channel 7 it was, and once again bringing up the lack of exit from Zach Merritt last year and raising his name. So back in the headlines, not of his own doing this time. Ball for the Eagles out to Davis on the wing. Handball pass to Kelly. Kick inside forward 50. Jack Williams trying to get away from a Bombers defender. Thought he might have been held. And might just give a little bit of a tickle to the stomach there of Jackson Pryor, who doesn't make too much out of it, so nothing will come. Ball's going to be tossed back in, right forward pocket for West Coast. Bombers with the last 3 goals of the game. And going to ground at the front of that pack is a West Coast Eagle. It's Harley Reid. A couple of Bombers around it. Setterfield, Kondo, Giannis, Farrow. And that is a flop from Harley Reid, I'd say. He copped a bit of a push from Will Setterfield. It maybe got right at the bottom of the throat, but
that's a bad call.
The umpires paid it for a high tackle, and that might be a staging fine coming Harley Reid's way, because all he's done well today. That is something they're cracking down on the AFL. They're not afraid to give him out. As he smiles and lines up from the pocket, plenty of litter flying across the ground. Harley Reid put a bit of icing on the cake for the Eagles. From the tight angle, he hits the post, and maybe there is a bit of footy justice as Will Setterfield runs over. Now Zach Merritt runs over. A couple of Bombers willing to give him a bit of advice. The margin's 31 points the way of the Eagles.
Bombers towards left half back. Merging with it again is Dersma. Got it to Yo. Kick back towards full forward. Good mark, Pryor. Rose and then handed it off immediately to Roberts. Chance to go back inboard. Giannis gets it. And sweeps a hand pass forward. Setterfield just broke the tackle. Kelly almost had him. Hand pass forward to Roberts. Was able to manufacture a hand pass out to Perkins. Tackled by Marrick. Got the hand pass away though first. Baker gathered. Bounced off Mackay and then handed it off to Young, who has missed Yo with his kick. It's across the boundary line. The lasso rule near the interchange gate. So it'll be a free kick here for the Bombers. It'll be taken by Langford. He steps inside and got around Murdoch. Wrong-footed him. Sends it high and long inside forward 50, and Duggan marks.
See Mackay and Young at the front of that pack just there, both with their arms up interlocked saying, I'm not holding, and neither of them wanted to get called. And they just didn't go for the ball. They just stood there and went, oh, it's not me.
Duggan, meantime, has it for the Eagles and goes to Cole, who marks beyond defensive 50 at left half back. Make matters worse again for Essendon. Their injury list continues to grow. Archer May out in the first quarter with what looked to be a serious right shoulder injury. It had certainly popped out before he got it back to the bench.
It's been a weird night here at Perth Stadium. It'll finish with an Eagles win. McCarthy up the wing, off hands, into the path of Murdoch, who got pushed as he was going over the boundary line. Free kick will go his way. The Eagles chant, which we haven't heard too often in the last few years here. Not in this fashion anyway. It's going up around Perth Stadium for those faithful that came out today. Took on the wild conditions. There was a severe weather warning in place for Perth. Many of WA. They've come out anyway. In the meantime, the Eagles turn it over. Gresham takes the intercept from the middle of the ground. Handball to Parrish. Goes to Al Hooley, who kicks inside 50 and gives it back to the man who turned it over in the first place in McCarthy. We'll go out towards right half back to Hamish Davis. And I'll tell you now, the sting has gone out of the game.
Well, I'd like to see West Coast try and score.
Yep.
Because you're going to face a situation where you're 2 points down with a couple of minutes to go. This is the easy thing to do. This is no pressure footy.
Harley Reid's on the bench, Jake Waterman's on the bench, Elliot Yo's on the bench, queuing the rack well and truly for the Eagles as they go forward. Run down and chase down is Jack Williams. Got it away, turns it over. The Bombers have it. Tackle laid on Kondo Giannis. There'll be a ball up between wing and half forward, favouring the Eagles attacking end southern side.
Put up into the air. Came down for West Coast, and Davis got a kick away across half forward. Roberts flew. Strong mark. He's able to get it between left half back and centre half back. Gets up with a little bit of a limp. There's a bit of strife here. He's gone down over his haunches after he kicked back the fullback. Pryor has to track the ball. Eventually picks it up under no pressure. Gave it to Farrow. Farrow comes back to Pryor again. Pryor. Sure where to go. Nothing much in front of him. We'll steer it out towards Xavier Dersman. That is a fine kick of about 70 metres. Dersman marks. Swept it on by a hand to Perkins. Now to Cox. Right up against the boundary on the wing. Tumbles a kick forward. Not a good one. Mark taken there by Jimby. Jimby marks at left half back. Jimmy gets told he has to move it on. Step right, step left. Kicks down the commentary wing. Big pack up and another good mark here to Langford. Has it for the Bombers. Helicopter looking kick inboard. Was able to work its way on though to Setterfield. Moved it onto Sardis and he stabs the pass out in the direction of Mackay, who's looking for a career best haul of 2 goals in a game. Sorry, that's tongue-in-cheek. He kicked 1 goal in 113 games before tonight. He already has 1 goal tonight, his first of the season. And he'd go back and kick truly to bring the margin back to what would be 25 points. Ben Mackay kicks on its way. It misses to the right-hand side. Minor score, Essendon 8-7-55. The Eagles are 12-13-85. West Coast by 30 points.
Final seconds coming up here at Perth Stadium. The Eagles will bring the ball back into play. There'll be no bounce from the Bombers. A week that starts with the sacking of a coach is going to end with yet another loss. Langford scored holding the ball on the siren. A dark week for the Bombers ends with their 7th straight loss. And 2 teams that could be heading in very different directions. The Eagles, they get their 4th win of the season. They defeat the Bombers by 30 points.
West Coast Eagles, and we're here to show you why. We're the big birds, kings of the big game. We're the
Couldn't help the Bombers. A different coach in charge, same result. A 7th consecutive loss for Essendon. West Coast with their biggest win under Andrew McQualter, 30 points. 12-13-85 to Essendon's 8-7-55. The goal kickers, Jake Waterman got 3, so too did Milan Murdoch, and singles to Dersma, Reid, McCarthy, Johnston, Williams and Shanahan. While for the Bombers, Day Wicks got a couple and 2, so too did Nate Caddy, while Merritt, Cox, Mackay and Edwards, the other goal kickers for the Bombers. 37,623 saw the Eagles lead by 16 points at quarter time, by 20 at the major break, by 41 at three-quarter time. One thing Essendon has been this year has been a good final quarter team, and they proved that against the Knights, cutting the margin back to 30 points at the siren. 12-13-85 to 8-7-55. The Eagles with a 4th win of the year. Let's get the thoughts of our experts. Brownlow medalist Shane Woden, dual premiership player Chris Waterman. Sunday footy on ABC Sports.
Where do you want to start, Riley?
Claire's over. Yeah. Well, we know it wasn't a great spectacle. I think the conditions played a big part in that too also.
Yeah.
Irrelevant of 16 v 18, whatever it was, and where Essendon's at. But yeah, they're a long way from it. I think West Coast had to do what they had to do. We spoke about it, Mitch, didn't we, off the top. Just get the job done, get the 4 points and move on to next week. And there were patches of play where, West Coast played some good footy.
Yeah.
The clearance game wasn't as strong early. I think they rectified it a little bit, but again, that wasn't hurting them on the scoreboard, so it wasn't a huge impact. But yeah, 4 points. Give an arm wrestle, got it done. A bit ugly at the end where Essendon kicked a few late.
Yeah, they seem to kick goals in tiny little clusters, and not too many Essendon, but 30. It felt more than a 30-point deficit in the end. But you're right, West Coast on the slow build. They're not setting the world on fire, although they're 6 points out from now the wildcard position, which is hard to fathom. But Carlton are too, after a win tonight. Yeah, as I say, it's going to be a difficult one to pick there's all the good players, apart from Zach Marriott, who could probably hold his head high, really. He had someone hanging off him half the night. But and Caddy just had, he was the lone player up forward that he managed to get a couple of goals on the scoreboard.
I think what will please Minnie tonight, I think just an even contribution from the 23 that hit the park. There wasn't really any standouts as such or really dominant performances, but a real even team performance, playing roles, getting it done.
You wouldn't be making... you got Port Adelaide next week, which is winnable. Malachi didn't really get himself into the game too much. Job didn't. Jack Williams just dropped a little bit, but you got to keep going with him.
Cole came late.
Yeah, Tommy's he's vulnerable. He's one of the players that are. Marriage was very slow getting into the game and only got going when the game opened up for him, which is a concern. Johnson, just the one goal, but he just seems to do that per week. Is that enough? When you look at the Waffle team, they've got some players. Starcevic got another game. Hewitt got a 20-possession game. They've got 2 guys in the MST last week who are ready to go footballers. And there's a couple of others. So
I think a pleasing thing too, they're a healthy list.
Yeah.
I think with the next couple of weeks, there's going to be another 3 or 4 back, and I think their Waffle team will nearly be a full list.
Well, the injuries are pretty key in Robertson and Jack Graham.
Well, they won't get Robertson back, but Graham's expected back in the next 2 to 3.
Oh, okay, that's closer than what I thought.
So if all goes well, he should be back after the bye for round 16, maybe round 17 against Adelaide. But he will be an enormous boost, and we heard from the Eagles CEO in Don Pike that Starcevic with a second run in the Waffle looks like he might be ready to go.
Yeah. It's a big call. When you see what's happening to Brisbane now, no surprise that Archie's already been out with a hammy. Stars has gone down. It's been 3 long years for the Brisbane boys, so they're copper. I just wonder whether it's Stars is here for the next 3 or 4, hopefully 5 years. Do we need to rush him?
I wouldn't be rushing him.
No,
last week against us, he was 50% game time and just getting through.
But if he's ready to go...
Well, I don't reckon he would be. So that's my thing. He's been out for a while. He's had 2 games. I'd give him 3 at least.
Okay.
And another week. That's just my view. They're home for another few weeks, aren't they?
They are. So they've got Port Adelaide here, then North Melbourne, which is the North home game here at Perth Stadium, then the week off. And then they make the trek in round 16, the Eagles, to take on the Blues at the Docklands.
I reckon a full game in the waffle now. One more full one?
At least one. And if they still stack up, whether you go the 4th one and then the bye, that gives him 5 weeks.
Certainly, they do have some reinforcements coming back when Graham returns, and whenever Starcevic does come back, the Eagles, things look a lot brighter for them. As they always do after a win, they're making their way down into the rooms, through the club rooms as well. High fives aplenty. West Coast by 30 points over the Bombers. Akash Fodadar is down there for us. Akash.
Yeah, big roar as you can hear, Clint, as the Eagles players come in. There's a packed house down in these rooms, as there usually is after an Eagles win, but they are making a lot of noise. Very happy with their team. It's been a good few weeks, and could see 2 home wins in a row for these fans, who of course have been starved of wins for a very long time. A bit of cheers as well from the Eagles players who didn't play today. A lot of noise happening as well, and some cheers for Jake Waterman, as he's the last one to make his way in. They're all huddling up now. A few of the players got their kids in the circle with them as well. They're just about ready here for the song. Pretty happy rendition of the song down here, Clint. We should have an Eagles player to join us very soon as well.
Not sure Elliot Yo's young one was particularly thrilled. Looked a little nonplussed by the whole club song in the middle.
Is that his kid he was holding, or is it Milan Murdoch?
No, I think it's his.
Just making sure.
I'm pretty sure it's his.
It's got over his.
It's definitely his.
Was it Milan he was holding up?
Yeah.
Little Milan.
Pretty sure it's him. It would have been funnier if you'd said that about Tom Cole's little one as well. Good to see a few club songs. A few kids in the club song. Sorry, Mitch, you've completely thrown me with that. I just had no idea where to go. Just no idea.
I thought he was holding Milan Murdoch himself.
No, I knew what you were saying.
Little guy.
Yeah, I got it. It was just one where you just I don't know where to go with that. Milan Murdoch, who did kick 3 goals tonight for them. Just to make it official, by the way, West Coast climb up to 15th on the ladder. They are 2 games out of the top 10, with GWS replacing Collingwood in the 10 after their win earlier today over Melbourne in Alice. The Giants winning that by 49 points. The Eagles over the Bombers by 30 points today. So the 10 has the Magpies pushed out. They are there with 22 points, 5 wins and the draw. The Giants and the Lions and the Crows sit in 10th, 9th and 8th respectively with 6 wins, 24 points apiece. The Bulldogs in 7th with 28. Melbourne in 6th, also with 28 points, but they have a better percentage. So, yeah, West Coast and Carlton just 2 wins now out of the top 10, out of the wildcard positions. The Bombers remain the only team with just 1 win for the season. 1 win and a percentage of 70.5. They sit on the bottom of the ladder. Of course, it was the first of the bye weeks. North Melbourne, Port Adelaide, Gold Coast and Adelaide all having the bye this week. They're all back in action next week. So we'll head down into the rooms to hear from Akash Fodadar very shortly with one of the Eagles players. In fact, let's head down there right now. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. I've got Tom McCarthy with me. Tom, firstly, those conditions, what was that like to play out in that?
Oh, mate, it was absolutely extraordinary. Blowing a gale, looking at the forecast this morning, you know what you're in for, so we just accepted it, moved on, and, geez, it wasn't hard to put the ball on your foot. Like, it was a bit of wind when you placed it down your foot, so it was a bit of trouble, but, no, good fun.
And you got the 4 points, a good solid 5-goal win. What was the, messaging going into the game from Andrew McQualter about one, how to tackle the conditions, but also how to tackle Essendon with everything they've been through this week.
Yeah, obviously they've been through a lot, and it was about us this week and how we can bring our pressure. And I know we've spoken about how much we can bring the pressure as hopefully one of the top teams in the AFL at bringing the pressure. So we wanted to do that and blitz the game, and knowing that they were going to come out hot, there was no doubt about it. And obviously a good record when a coach gets sacked that they win. So hopefully we were trying to squash that, and I think we did a good job.
And is it easy to keep the focus on your own game when there is so much going around about your opposition?
Yeah, it is hard to focus on yourselves at times. But yeah, we do bring it back to ourselves. Minnie and Mitch Duncan and our backline coach, we keep it about us during the week. We try not to dwell on the opposition and what they're going through. So yeah, all about us, and that's how we move forward.
Let's head upstairs to our team. We've got Clint Wheeldon, Mitch Turner, and our experts Chris Waterman and Shane Woden.
Tom, Chris Waterman, well done tonight, mate. Did it feel a bit like you had full control of the game out there tonight at any stage?
Yeah, at times, but we knew Essendon were going to bounce back. They had a good patch in the second quarter and the fourth quarter, so we had to stay strong, believe in what we believe in, and finish out the game strong. But yeah, they came hard, but it was nice knowing that we were 30 points up with 5 minutes left. We haven't really had that for a while.
And what was the three-quarter time message? I mean, you could have easily just put the cue on the rack, but it felt like you start, particularly the first 10 minutes, you felt like you wanted to add more to the scoreboard.
Yeah, it was more of a 0-0 mindset. Start the game how it is. Blitz the game, pressure the game. Obviously, we think when we pressure teams the most, they can crumble, and that's what we did in the last quarter. And they obviously were going to play with a bit of fire and hit up the open side a bit more, but I think we shut it down pretty well and, finished out really well, and proud of the boys.
Tom, well done, mate. Shane Woden up here. Great victory in trying conditions too. It looked early, both teams were pretty keen to just keep it skinny and not look to get to the open side and just go to contest. That was pretty evident early.
Yeah, it was. We tried to attack open side a little bit, but with the conditions, we just want to see how the game panned out. Face the game and keep it skinny for a bit, and then the game opened up for us in the second half and the second quarter. So, we did use our open side a little bit more, but due to the conditions, it was blowing an absolute gale. So tough to get out there sometimes.
Mate, Ruben Jimby's been in good form this year, and I think his last month's been really impressive. And for a guy who's very still early in his career, he's playing on some big guys out there and doing a wonderful job for your back half.
Yeah, super proud of how Rube's gone about it. Behind closed doors, he's the hardest worker I've ever seen, and it's showing out in the field. He's obviously a little bit undersized as a key back, but he plays like a big boy and runs through blokes, and we just absolutely love how he goes about it. So, super proud of how he's going.
Mate, pretty excited to hit the scoreboard tonight yourself?
Yeah, I didn't know what I was doing. I haven't had a shot all year, so I just made sure I didn't have a set shot because I would have thought about it too much. So I just ran in there and helicoptered it through. So I was, pretty happy with it.
Not a bad way to get your first goal, though, Tom. The celebration, the arms just took over, threw him in the air. Did you know what to do?
I have no idea what to do. I haven't practiced any celebrations. Obviously, don't really kick goals. I don't really kick them in training either. So I was a bit rattled. I just put the hands up at the end, hope for the best.
Now that you're a goal kicker, you'll have to chat to Jake Waterman, because I think he is the best celebrator in the team. He's always got something up his sleeve. Tom McCarthy from the West Coast Eagles joining us here after the Eagles' fourth win of the season, 30 points over the Bombers, 26 touches and a goal for Tom McCarthy today. I hate to ask about another teammate, but gee, how good's Harley Reid? How hard is he to tackle at training? He's so good.
I think we've all had our fair shares of fend-offs at training, so it's nice being on his team and seeing it the other way. That goal he kicked in the first and second quarter is absolutely unbelievable. I was shocked, and he does that in pre-season, and he's showing out in the field as well, so he's absolutely killing it.
And another teammate who's starting to get a lot of love, who came in late. You took some time. You had to wait to get your chance as a mid-season pick. Milan Murdoch's had to wait a long time to get his chance as well, and he just looks like he's going from strength to strength and playing such an important role for you.
Yeah, he's obviously shocked everyone about how good he's going, but it's no secret. He works just as hard as I mentioned with Rubes, and no secret to see how he's going. And he's a bit of a midfielder through the waffle, but he's shown himself as a really important forward and a bit of a tagger for us. So he's playing an absolute vital role for us, and obviously one of our better players.
Tom, Clint Wheeldon here. Congratulations on the win. How much has changed this year compared to last year with the ability, all the extra youngsters taking a step forward, yourself with more experience in this level, and finally been able to crack through for 4 wins now for the year? Can you give us an insight into what's it like around the club compared to last year?
Yeah, the vibe is obviously a lot stronger. We're coming in even after losses, I think. We lost to Sydney early in the year by 130, but we still came in with a really positive mindset. So keeping that strong, and and keeping the game plan pretty simple was a bit. Minnie's sort of focused on keeping it simpler for us, and I think all the boys really understanding it now and seeing that the system works and starting to stack up and starting to get some wins on the board. So, yeah, mate, I'm absolutely wrapped with how we're going at the moment.
And how useful this next couple of weeks. You get to stay at home against Port, stay at home against North Melbourne, then there's the bye. To have this block where you don't have to get on a plane, for a club like West Coast and your group of players, how key is that?
Yeah, it's so big. We get so used to the travel now, but any opportunity we do to not travel, we absolutely thrive in it, and we love the crowd that we get down at Optus. So any opportunity we get to play our 3-game block here, absolutely relishing it, and excited for the next couple of weeks as well.
I know you touched on it at the very start of proceedings, but I'm just watching rubbish just flying around like there's little mini cyclones out on the ground. Is this the toughest conditions you've had to play?
Yeah, I was extraordinary. I was kicking chip cups and pie wraps while I was running. I almost got caught up in a few rubbish piles, so that probably shows how cruel the weather was today, and so glad we got through it.
I've seen nothing like it for a long time. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck with Port Adelaide to come.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Good on you. Tom McCarthy downstairs. His first goal in the AFL. It took him 22 games to get there, but yeah, I loved it when he got... Everybody knows, by the way, don't they? Everybody knows when someone kicks their first goal. They came from everywhere.
Yeah, teammates know.
Yeah.
And you remember it too.
He ran into an open goal. Like, he got on the fat side.
Yeah.
Imagine if he ran into a chip cup. Like, you'd be furious, wouldn't you? Like, steaming an open goal, eyes light up, first goal in AFL footy, and you kick a bucket of hot chips.
You wouldn't want to be out there now, having a kick. There's
terrible.
More chip packets and
bags,
all sorts.
It's like little, those willy willies that spinning around. I think the breeze, although the rain has stayed away again, I think the breeze has picked up once more.
It's the worst out of the stands. And
worst I've seen here, actually. Like, and I just watched a plastic bag, kind of, as you said, do a little 360 swirl all the way from one side of the ground to the other. I felt like, for the film buffs, the American Beauty film where he's just filming a plastic bag, that felt like he just stared at it the whole way across the ground. It was quite mesmerising, actually.
Thoughts with Cooper Duff-Tightler, who was held over from the WAFL and now has to do the worst thing you can possibly do, which is just run up and down in the middle and get plenty of advice from the corporates who are still down below us and haven't gone.
I was going to say, this is the quickest I've seen it clean out, but it's been the smallest crowd we've had for a long time.
Yeah, and I would understand why. You'd also be very keen to get back to your car. No one's, even though you've had
a long
win,
weekend,
you're not loitering because the rain has just started again, and we've just...
Of course it will, because we're about to finish in 20 minutes, so it'll start pelting down.
Did you see the marshal in the last quarter? They had like one or two kind of designated people, and she actually ran from the bench because there's a couple large garbage bags, like rubbish bags out now floating around. There was one about that size that got pushed across to the logo on this broadcast side, and she sprinted out because you can't have something that big floating.
No.
So when there was a kick out, she ran 25, 30 metres during live play to get the bag, and then the Eagles decided they were going to come down the centre of the wing, and you could see the panic going, I've got to get this and go. And they just got held up for a split second, the Eagles halfbacks, and you could see from here the relief on her face because there was Tyler Young and Nate Caddy. She was thinking, I do not want to be at the bottom, front and centre of this pack.
A couple of texts rolling through. People saying there won't be a fine for Harley Reid because if Nick Dacos hadn't flopped in the goal square last week, and he should have been fined, tonight would have been the Eagles' 5th win. So that's a West Coast supporter, but not a bad point. Marcus wants to add his thoughts. Marcus in South Melbourne to how the vote should go. 3 votes to Ruben Ginbey and Harley Reid. Not sure we can do that for you, Marcus, but we'll pass that on to the powers that be behind. G'day team, Phil from Victoria. Always happy to see the footy on the telly, but in saying that, to everyone in WA at the footy in their homes, everyone keep safe and the best to all, as we think there's another massive front coming in about 10 o'clock. I know there were 2,000 homes in Perth without power earlier tonight, and any number of homes in the country regions as well, over 3,000 without power as well. So hopefully everyone's okay. Nick Albany said they said Jagger Smith had one hand on the rising star. Willem Dersma still might have something to say about that. I would agree that Dersma's definitely in the mix. I thought Gothard was really good as well today for GWS. I would say I think Jagger Smith is the number 1 seed, but that doesn't mean he wins it from here. No. There's a lot of players in that mix, and Dersma's certainly one of them.
I would put it this way: if you're not sure it becomes that close, ask the pundits, who would you pick first in the draft right now?
Yeah.
In terms of building a team, would you go Smith or Dersma?
Smith's a year wrong because he had the ACLs.
I know, but he didn't play. But I'll throw this.
Yeah.
If you're thinking about who should win, I'll throw this out to you. Who would you pick in the draft to build your team right now?
Yeah, and I would accept that right now you would pick Willem Dersma because key talk
Type of player he is, I'll be
hard to
taking him.
find.
I think Dersma's in front, isn't he?
Oh, no, I'm just saying that's one way of looking at it. If you're going to, and I just looked at Wowie, he's not his head. I'd be taking Dersma all day.
Yeah,
if you know what you're going to get.
That's not the context of how the vote.
I know that, but I'm just saying for everyone to have a think about it. Are you going to take Jagger Smith or Will Dersma right now with knowing what you know and seeing what you've seen?
Dersma would be leading the vote, wouldn't he? He's been more consistent because Jagger's played different roles. Now he's back in the middle more. That's where everyone's going, hang on, now we've got to fight to the end of the year. They kind of look like the two well out in front. There's a little bit of a pack behind, but if you look at the nominees so far, I was doing it earlier today with a few people.
It's got an aerial
It's
game,
Dersma v Jagger, and I think Dersma's probably ahead of him at the moment. He's played well every single week, and Jagger a bit up and down after a really hot start to the season, but he might come home with a...
I'd probably have Jagger just in front. I'm the only one different in this box, and I say that...
I think you've got Jagger in front, don't you?
No.
Other vote?
Oh...
You're saying Dersma should be the Jagger...
I'd pick Dersma if I'm going to the draft right now.
Yeah.
Given what I've seen.
See, I agree with what Muddy's saying.
Yeah.
That's performance. But that's not how the vote
I know
goes.
that. And there's the Melbourne centric also.
No, that's true. The people who vote, a lot of them do tend to be on the East Coast, and they see Jagger up close a little bit more than they see...
And there is a power
Dersma.
of proximity. We know that here as well.
Yeah.
So, I get that, which is why it's important to have people from every state involved in
And I can tell you now, the selectors will be sitting there doing exactly the same as what we are. It's a two-horse race, and it'd be very tight on who you would pick, but there's still a fair bit of footy to go, so it might sort itself out.
I was going to read a little message out to those because just from DFS telling people who are leaving this match to be careful. You've been in the ground, obviously. They should be taking extra care when travelling home from Perth Stadium. Be aware of fallen tree, debris, damaged infrastructure and potential transport disruption. So if you are listening while you're leaving the ground here, just DFS asking you, just be mindful, take care, because while we've been in here, we've seen the wild weather. There is a bit of debris around town. We'll go home and assess the damage after.
Keep your eye open for chip buckets. Empty chip buckets flying out of Optus Stadium.
Having almost been hit by a branch going to get lunch today.
Yeah.
Chip buckets I can handle. Branches falling out of the trees, less so. That was one of those moments. If I'd been 30 seconds further down, that would have landed smack on the car. I think it wouldn't have made any major damage, but it would have put a dent in the roof. Gents, we need the votes in the ABC Football of the Year, and you have my best wishes in doing this, and the Christian medal too, by the way. The 3, 2 and 1. Give us a bit of a build-up, gentlemen. Build it up for us.
You do it Brownlow style?
Yeah.
You could throw a blanket over about 6 or 7. You assist, or you just take a punt here?
Oh,
no, so
I'll leave it in your hands, Moby. I don't know.
Look at the hand passing going on.
No. Let's take some responsibility and ownership. Ash, what do you reckon? So,
I'll go to when the whips are cracking at the very start. One bloke set the tone, didn't he? Well, don't throw your vote across the room then, Mitch. No, I'm going to Milan Murdoch. He put his head over the ball and sent a message to his teammates.
So are you giving him 3 or 1? Come on, give us the big build-up. 1, 2,
okay,
3.
1 is Ruben Jimby.
Yep.
Yeah.
I thought he was terrific tonight. Again, I think he set the tone when he's winning the ball back from back half. Mm-hmm. I'm going to give 2 to Jake Waterman. He's had 9 marks and kicked 3 and 16, don't you? So I thought he's very good. He's nearly arguably best on as well. But I will give the 3 to Milan.
Yeah.
Defensive effort on Roberts. He's kicked 3. He's at 20 times himself. Set the tone with the pressure in the front half too, particularly early in the game. And there's special mentions to Kelly and Reid and Dersma, but those 3 tonight, and we'll see what happens on the coaches' votes on Monday, Tuesday.
We look forward to that. Oh, by the way, Marcus in South Melbourne suggesting that Harley outdid Vossi for staging is what you meant. Sorry, Marcus. Sometimes the context of text don't quite work. Fran says, hi, team. Thanks for the call. Enjoyed listening to the interview with Don Pike. The Eagles needed to win this. What does it say about interim coaches? It's not always the fairy tale. There are more games to play out for the Bombers. Nothing against Solomon.
No.
Nothing against Dean Solomon. The problems with the Bombers were not simply with the coach.
No.
Like, again, even going into this game, so they lose Archer May in the first quarter to a right shoulder injury. Have a listen to this as the players who are unavailable. So 17 or 18, depending on which way you want to look at it. But no Jai Caldwell, no Angus Clark, no Sam Durham, no Braden Fiorini, no Matt Guelphy, no Zach Johnson, no Isaac Kako, no Nick Martin, no Andrew McGrath, no Jordan Ridley, no Dyson Sharp, no Peter Wright, no Mason Redmond. They're the players who you would think would have an impact. And then you can chuck in a couple of the kids as well in that mix. That is a serious group of players to be missing from your side.
80 best 23.
Yeah,
Simon he's gone back to the club to join the board in the first place anyway.
He did. And then
found himself in the coach's box.
Well, that was at the end of last season, came off the board and moved into the coaching box, and now finds himself as the interim senior coach.
It's not foreign to him, but I mean, don't hang the bloke because he's the one that's been chosen. I mean, there's bigger problems at that club than Dean Solomon, and he's the one that's put his hand up. Said, well, I don't know if he put his hand up, but not many others there probably would have.
What do you make of James Hird being very actively involved with Port Melbourne, director of coaching, but today, looking at the vision out of the VFL, looks like he was
on the
basically coaching, had the headset on, giving instructions. He was down moving magnets on the bench. Is this the back half of this season for them? Is this James Hird saying, I've got to show everyone that talk about me not being heavily involved in the football industry the last 10 years. I need to put a bit of stuff together and add a bit to my credentials before I go through this process, which he'll no doubt be going through. He's put his hand up for it. It's a shock if Essendon didn't put him through the process, but he looked very, very involved.
It's going to become a farce sooner than you think, because I saw today two assistant coaches were asked about it, and they basically said, well, there's two jobs available, one you could potentially get and the other was no point in trying. Now, on one hand, I have seen someone say, well, do yourself a favour, and regardless of James Hird, go and
do the process,
and because you might end up winning it. But it just feels like everyone in the whole league has said this is just a joke. It feels that way to me, Wubby. I don't know if you or I were in it. I'd probably feel the same. Like, am I losing everything if I go for it and look stupid, or am I being stupid for actually going for it when everyone thinks it's going to him, or I don't know. And it's a problem now for Essendon. How do they approach that?
Well, the issue you get with the Bombers is if there's a feeling that there's no point going, there will be coaches who will think, I will not waste my time going through this process.
Correct.
If you're a young coach...
That's the problem they're going to have.
...looking for the first opportunity to present, then you might go through the process just to gain that experience. But if you're one of the bigger coaches, there's no way you would waste your time.
But I don't think even a James Kelly would go for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As a first-timer.
Do you have a director of coaching at East Fremantle?
No.
So would you be the closest to that role in GM of footy?
Yeah.
Would you be acting like James Hird did?
No.
GM of football, touching magnets?
No, that's not my job.
Yeah.
My job is as the GM of footy. Leave the coaching to the coaches.
That's why it was interesting.
I observe and have conversations, but I don't coach. That's
you
your
might
job.
make a suggestion.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
So we've gone off track about what you were saying today. He's on. They've got the camera on him today.
We've seen the vision if Channel 9 had
and
cameras there.
He's not a line coach.
He's moving magnets. He's a director of coaching. He's moving magnets. He's got a headset on in the box. He's clearly looking like he's giving instructions. He's down on the boundary on the whiteboard moving magnets around.
So Brendan McCarthy's a coach board, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Pretty sure, yeah. Okay, so
interesting.
He's obviously getting a job at Essendon too.
I would say that's one of the more media-managed things.
Absolutely. He is. That's what I mean. He is putting down some vision or something onto the CV to say this is what I have been doing this year in the VFL, so that Essendon can rationalise. Well, he hasn't been out of the game. He's been doing XXX, you know.
But on the other side of it, is he looking stupid? Could it just blow up in his face? And I mean, they can't get that bad, I guess. They're going to have some sort of bounce after this year. But is he looking? I don't know.
It's just something in the walls.
It just doesn't feel right. It just doesn't feel right.
It's been going on for too long now.
Big people behind the scenes that make big decisions.
But which
they're not the only club in Melbourne.
Got to get Neil Dano said you've got to get the right people on the bus in the right seats.
Well, I just saw someone made mention today the last 5 coaches haven't been Essendon people. I thought that doesn't mean anything.
No.
Maybe you just haven't got the last coaches right. But there is I don't want to sound like sour grapes because Alec went in and went out, but I can tell you the list management over the last 7 or 8 years has been diabolical up until the point where they decided to go to the draft, which is what West Coast did. They're a year or two behind it. And there's certainly a lack of, and has been evident for a couple of years, a lack of leadership on field. And Kane Corn said it. He said, what about these senior players at Essendon stop sooking, put their head over the ball and start setting a good example for the young players at their club? And they've been through 3 or 4 coaches now. It seems to be everyone else's fault but theirs.
The other problem they do have is, whatever way you look at it, there were players out there today, and they're out there because of their injury list, but there were players out there today who I don't think have got any role at the Bombers going forward. So they've got enormous changes that they have to make.
Yeah. No, that's right. And I said earlier during the call, there's blokes out there playing for their lives tonight, and it didn't look like it.
No.
Anyway.
And again, the Essendon fans here at the ground, as they will be everywhere, holding up bring back herd signs.
Yeah. Yeah.
I found it fascinating. It's not a discussion that you would be having about any other club, because you look at all these other coaches and you go, well, they will be applying for this job and this job and this job. James Hird would not be in the conversation for the Carlton job. He would not be in the conversation for the Tasmania job. It is only the Bombers. It is that Messiah complex that they seem to have. I would just think if they're the Bombers.
He wants Coach Essendon.
Yeah.
That's what coaching. He wants Coach Essendon.
He wants to justify that he didn't think it was all... It shouldn't have all been on him last time.
Yeah, well, probably a bit of that too. Good luck to them all.
Can't wait to see the way it pans out.
We need someone at the bottom. West Coast have been there for too long.
Oh, buddy. West Coast win tonight by 30 points. Their 4th win of the year, beating the Bombers here. So the new coach in Dean Solomon couldn't change the result for Essendon. Earlier, GWS forced their way into the top 10 with a 49-point win over Melbourne. The Dockers are on top of the ladder. At the end of round 12, round 13 begins in Adelaide. The Crows taking on the Cats. Look forward to bringing that to you.